Right. I'd like to call this meeting to order, Orangeville Town Council. I'm going to read the notice here. Due to efforts to contain the spread of COVID-19 and to protect all individuals, the council chambers at Town Hall will not be open to the public to attend council meetings until further notice. Members of the public who have an interest in a matter listed on the agenda may, up until 10 a.m. on the day of a scheduled council meeting, email councilagenda@orangeville.ca indicating your request to speak to a matter listed on the agenda. A phone number and conference ID code will be provided to you so that you may join the virtual meeting and provide your comments to council. Members of the public wishing to raise a question during the public question period of the council meeting beginning at 8:30 p.m. on the evening of the council meeting, call 1-289-801-5774, conference ID 459-403-793 #. Correspondence and emails submitted will be considered as public information and entered into the public record. We also have accessibility accommodations. If you require access to information in an alternate format, please contact the Clerk's Department by phone at 519-941-0440, extension 2256, or via email at clerksdepartment@orangeville.ca. So, may I have a motion to approve the amended agenda? Councillors received an amended agenda earlier today. Councillor Andrews, seconded by? I'm sorry, I can't see everybody. Councillor Sherwood, thank you. All those in favor of the approved amended agenda, say yes.
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 Yes. Thank you. There are some disclosures of direct and pecuniary interest tonight. Councillor Sherwood and Councillor Peters have declared interest with respect to interest in the community grant program that we'll be discussing tonight. My understanding is they have filed the required paperwork with the clerk. We had a
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
If I just may, both councillors should just indicate the general nature of the disclosure on the record, please.
Okay, Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship. There are two organizations, the Orangeville Food Bank. I am a volunteer at the Orangeville Food Bank. Even though I have no input on any financial decisions, I still am a volunteer member there. And secondly, I'm a volunteer member of the Orangeville Blues and Jazz Festival. Even though I do not sit directly on the board, I am still a member that is entitled to vote. So even though I don't make decisions on the finances or the operations of the festival, I think it's in the best interest that I declare my pecuniary interest in those two organizations.
Thank you. Councillor Peters.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have an immediate family member who sits on the board of the Orangeville Senior Center.
Okay, thank you. All right, as I said earlier tonight, we had a closed meeting of council. This was a confidential verbal report from CAO Ed Brennan regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employee, public office holders. So can I have a motion to receive this information? Councillor Sherwood, seconded by Councillor Peters. All in favor? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Now, Ms. Taylor, if you wouldn't mind gracing us with the singing of the national anthem.
Of course.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand
Morgan, thank you very much. That was wonderful.
Thank you. Have a great meeting.
Yes, thank you. Have a nice evening. All right, we also want to read our land acknowledgement. We'd like to acknowledge the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people, including the Ojibwe, Potawatomi, and Odawa of the Three Fires Confederacy. Also, this meeting is being aired on public television and or streamed live and may be taped for later public broadcast or webcast. Your name is part of the public record and will be included in the minutes of this meeting. We did already do the rise and report on the closed meeting. I apologize, out of order there, but we did approve that item. Going on to adoption of minutes of previous council meetings. So we've had 9.1 through 9.5. Councillors, are there any issues with respect to those minutes?
None.
Sorry, none?
None.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve those minutes, please? Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Andrews. All in favor?
Yes.
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 Thank you. Moving on to item 10, which is our presentation, petitions, and our delegations. 10.1, Heather Holmes of Orangeville Music Theatre. Heather, are you on board with us tonight? Dan, do you know if Heather is there?
We should have everybody here.
Is that a *6 if she's muted, or?
I believe this is one of our video delegates. I can see a camera, but I don't see any audio coming through.
Okay. Heather, are you muted there? Can you put your cursor over the bar at the bottom?
She's not muted. It just seems like her microphone actually isn't working.
Oh. Okay. Is there a phone number that she can call into, Dan?
Is that working now?
Yes.
It's working.
Is that you, Heather?
Okay. Yes, it is.
Ah, very good. Okay.
Thank you.
Nice to hear your voice. And if you're up. So 10.1 is a presentation regarding COVID-19 financial relief for Orangeville Music Theatre. Go ahead, Heather.
Thank you. My name is Heather Holmes. I am the president of Orangeville Music Theatre, and this is Kathy Broom, our treasurer. Orangeville Music Theatre has been a part of the Orangeville arts and culture community since 1979. Over the years, OMT has taken on many different faces. In the early years as a choral society of St. Mark's Church, and now as an amateur musical theatre company that produces 4 shows a year at the Opera House. OMT is proud to be an affordable option in Orangeville for both those who want to participate in our programs and for those who wish to join us as an audience member. The OMT Board of Directors has made a conscious decision to keep the cost as low as possible to encourage more families to come out and enjoy the magic of live theater. As with most of the performing arts communities right now, COVID-19 has been heartbreaking for OMT and our membership. Having to make the difficult decision to cancel our June shows of Matilda and Legally Blonde Jr. was very tough. Telling 2 casts of excited performers, both adults and children, that the shows they were working so hard on were canceled was something none of us wanted to do. For the cast of Legally Blonde Jr., that was made up of 29 local teenagers. This meant the show we had begun would never happen. A lot of the teenagers in this show were our senior teenagers that have grown up with OMT, but will be leaving us this fall for university and college. So this would have been their final bow with OMT. For the cast of Matilda, which was made up of 27 local youth and 12 adults, this meant the opportunity to perform in a full-length 2.5-hour main stage musical would not happen. This would have been OMT's first opportunity since Shrek in 2012 that we've had so many local children in our main stage production that runs for 2 weeks at the Opera House. Like everything during this pandemic, OMT doesn't know what the future holds for us, and things are changing so much every day. But the information we do know right now is that limitations to building capacity will make our January shows near impossible. The loss of revenue this creates will make producing a show very challenging. The cost of refunding our current cast, their membership fees and their ticket voucher fees from our canceled shows in June will leave OMT very financially drained. Our fixed costs like storage and insurance will continue to be charged regardless of whether or not we produce a show this year. Community use of the Upper Grand District School Board space may not be available due to COVID-19 as stated on their website currently. This will force OMT to have to rent rehearsal space. Orangeville Music Theater is here today to ask the town for help to continue being a loved community organization that gives so many opportunities to local children, teens, and adults. We are asking the town to help us pay our highest fixed cost, which is our storage. We currently house all of our amazing sets, props, and costumes in 3 storage units at Orangeville Store and Go. Each of these units costs $203 per month. Currently, one of those units is donated to OMT as an in-kind sponsorship for the advertising we can provide to Orangeville Store and Go in our programs. As this is now not a possibility for us, we have included that in our fixed costs. So we are asking the town to help us pay for our storage unit rentals for 1 year. The total cost being $7,322.40. This financial support will allow Orangeville Music Theater the opportunity to continue to house the amazing collection of pieces we have accumulated and built over the past 40 years while entertaining our community. This financial support will also allow OMT to rehearse for future shows, even if the school board does not allow for community use this year. And most importantly, this financial support will allow local children the opportunity to continue to explore and grow through the arts. And it will allow local adults the opportunity to make friends and bond with others in our community through something they love at a very affordable cost. Orangeville Music Theater impacts so many lives in our community, and we are here asking for the opportunity to continue doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Can you just run by those numbers? You said you're renting 3 units at $203 each?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And one of them is an in-kind donation.
Yeah, so right now we have 1 unit that is being donated as a trade for advertising in our show programs because we haven't been able to sure where we stand with Orangeville Store and Go on that.
Right. You're not able to provide them with the in-kind in return, obviously.
Right.
So.
Right.
Okay. Right. All right. Councillor Andrews, did you have your hand up there, sir?
I did. Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you, Ms. Holmes, and your colleague for being a part of today's meeting. We understand the impact of COVID has certainly hit so many different organizations, and as you've been most clear about what's happened with your organization and the uncertainty moving forward. A couple of pieces to your presentation. I'm not sure if you can provide us with this information. You used the comment, very financially drained. To what impact is your organization going to be impacted? And then I also have a follow-up comment that I'd like to make as well.
Sure, I'm going to let Kathy speak to that.
Well, our each show brings in about $25,000 in revenue for us. So not being able to run the June shows when we'd already put out all of those expenses ahead of time, obviously that had a huge impact on our finances. We had brought in all of membership and ticket vouchers from our membership for them, and we are now in the process of looking at having to return all of those. So that is, I can find for you, sorry, just one second. That's a total of $15,396 that we have to return to the membership currently. So those things have impacted our bottom line to a point where it will be very difficult for us to put on shows in the future to the same quality and extent that we have been able to put on for the last few years.
Well, Well, thank you for that clarification. The other is more of a comment about your storage dilemma. And I'm not sure if we might be able to pose the question, and not in this particular form, but maybe a follow-up with one of the general managers within the town of Orangeville to see if there might be an alternative way of supporting your storage needs. And also, I'd like you to reach out to me personally, because wearing my other hat, I coincidentally happen to have a storage facility with my other role at that same facility that is not being fully utilized. So we might be able to help out at least for the next 8 or 9 months as you're going through this dilemma that many other people are facing, meeting costs. I might be able to help out in that regard, but I think, we might be able to reach out to Public Works or someone within the town to see. And lastly, is there a connection? Well, there is an obvious connection in some way with Theatre Orangeville, but is there shared storage for some of your stage sets or other things that you may need to be stored?
Do not have any shared storage with them. We just rent the Opera House twice a year.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Taylor, I see your hand up, sir. Go ahead.
Your Worship, I just wanted to respond to Councillor Andrews. Theatre Orangeville is stuck for space as well. Sorry, I'm searching for something articulate to say, but they're bursting at the seams themselves. There is a project in place to build a new shed that would give them additional room, but I'm not certain if they'd be able to accommodate outside sources at this point. Anyway, it'll be a longer term plan, and this sounds like it's something urgent that needs to be addressed now.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, Councillor Andrews, just from a security standpoint too, if we're talking about town space, there's security, but there's also town staff time that would, have to be involved. So there's some additional expenses there. I think as we remember, we had apportioned $100,000 from our reserve fund into our community grant program for such things as what has been presented to us tonight. We've given away granted $13,000 to the food bank, leaving $87,000 in that pot. So we could draw on that, and my personal opinion at this point would be to let to agree to this, and then if Mr. Andrews, you can assist in some other way, that would just be of further benefit to them, and they could use the money that we would give them in other ways to help. Councillor Sherwood, go ahead.
Yes, Your Worship, through you to Ms. Holmes. Have you reached out to the local provincial government or even the federal government to see if they are offering any type of assistance to any type of arts and programs? Like I'm thinking like the big theaters downtown Toronto and stuff, there might be some kind of financial relief that the government's providing. The next level of governments, have you gone to any of those government levels as well?
So I've been involved with meetings weekly on Wednesday evenings with ATCO, which is the Association for Community Theatres in Central Ontario. So ATCO, on behalf of all of the community theatre groups in their district, have reached out to those levels of government. And at this point, there is rent relief available for those who own storage units, which we do not. And as anything else, I am not aware of, but ATCO has done that on our behalf.
Thank you. Councillor Post.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank them for coming on to our council meeting tonight and speaking with us. My family had the distinct pleasure of being part of the Orangeville Music Theatre family for a number of years, with my daughter Charlie having been quite involved. And I can definitely speak to the need for affordable activities for the youth, and that was something that was always OMT's mission. And they continue to offer affordable options for families to get their children involved in the arts. At this point, I would love to move a motion forward that we go ahead and take the $7,322.40 that they require out of our COVID-19 relief and transfer that over to them for their needs.
Okay, I would like to second that motion, and then let's have some further discussion. I see Councillor Taylor. You had your hand up, sir?
Yes, so I'd like to comment further, if I may, Your Worship.
Yep, go ahead.
So I think the commentary about funding, it's a difficult time right now, but the feds in the province only support what you would call professional theater. So funding doesn't necessarily come from that route, and a lot of theaters right now are struggling. I guess which dovetails to my question to you, Ms. Broom. Have you thought about what you'll do if council didn't vote for this today? What's next steps for OMT? What happens?
Honestly, when things have become difficult with OMT in the past, the board and the membership have really stepped in and taken stuff and stored things in their garages and their basements, and that would be the next step for us, is to unload all of these storage units, keep what we can, what we feel is, necessary, then, and store it in our own homes, and the rest of it would unfortunately end up in a dump.
Okay. Deputy Mayor McIntosh, do you want to weigh in here, sir?
I was actually going to second the motion, but that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, if there's any further comment, councillors, if not, we'll call. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Taylor.
Just for clarification, Your Worship, what will we do after a period of time? So if we've got a 1 year piece on this, and so does that put us at what? Are we saying it's September 1st of 2021 that funding runs out? Like, I just think we should be definitive about what we're saying here. Well, or are you going to give them all the money up front, or are you going to pay them monthly?
I think we should write them a check personally for the full year, and they'll deal with it as they wish.
That was the intent behind my motion.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
There is the a possibility of Orangeville Music Theatre also applying to our community grant program. I believe this is an emergency top-up for them, and I would encourage them to also apply in the fall, and we would consider another application from them. Councillor Taylor, as far as the what the future holds, I think we don't know.
No, I agree. I just wanted to be specific about what we were doing here. So if a timeline was required, but if it's a lump sum, that makes perfect sense, Your Worship.
Councillor Post, correct me if I'm wrong, but you do want to give them the money, and that their presentation is for use for storage fees, and if Councillor Andrews can help them, I would suggest that that money could be saved and used in other ways by the music theater. I certainly trust that they've got other expenses that they could put that money towards. So
yeah, the intent of my motion was that. Thank you.
Okay, well, there we go. All right, so all in favor of Councillor Post's motion?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So ladies, thank you for joining us tonight. We'll be in touch with you, or reach out to the Treasury Department, and we'll get that money over to you. Okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, moving on to 10.2. We have Scott Walker, Mark Conway of Enberry Lyon Consultants Limited to talk about the possible redevelopment of 82, 86, and 90 Broadway. So, Mr. Walker, Mr. Conway, are you there?
Yes, right here.
Good. Well, thank you. Thank you. Great. Thank you for joining us tonight. And if you could elaborate on and give us your presentation, please.
Well, Your Worship, members of council, thank you for receiving our delegation. So my name is Scott Walker. I'm a land economist and a partner with the firm Enberry Lyon Consultants. I'm joined on the line by Mark Conway, who's the president of our company, as well as Steve Weber. He's with GSP Group, and he's our planner. Collectively, our team has been retained to examine a variety of issues involving 82, 86, and 98 Broadway Street for a variety of uses. At this point, we believe that those uses are going to be residential with ground floor commercial and public parking. And we're just at the beginning of this process, and we're going to be examining a number of scenarios from a couple of approaches, including like a sale with conditions for redevelopment, ground lease with conditions for redevelopment, and maybe even a P3 scenario. So as I said, we're at the beginning of this process, and we're here to collect information from you. We've already met with the BIA, and and we're going to meet with Heritage Orangeville in September. And overall, the process should take about 3 months or so. With that, any input you might have or any questions you might have of us and that process, we'd welcome it.
Okay. One question I had is it possible to go underground at that property, and is it possible for parking to be a couple of levels below grade? Do you know that?
Well, it's I think the development portion of it is probably going to have to put their parking below grade to allow the first couple of stories to be public parking, because we have a sort of finite envelope there, and we're working within it's a 4-story envelope at present. And so we're going to have to go underground with some of that parking. The problem is it gets really costly. And so it's a balancing act where you're selling density on one hand, and you're trying to hopefully have enough density to pay for all the things you want to achieve on the other hand. So,
right.
To answer your question, yes.
For those listening at home, Mr. Walker mentioned P3, which stands for Public-Private Partnership. So that would be a developer partnering with the town on such a development. Correct, Mr. Walker?
Correct, yes.
Right. Councillors, any other questions regarding this potential development? Councillor Peters.
Thanks. Just
No, you're muted now. There you go.
There's a delay there. Anyway, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, wondering if you could expand a little on the description of the retail residential mix and the parking. I mean, the rest of that stretch along Broadway, as I'm sure you know, is walk-up commercial, sort of street level retail, that kind of thing. As you start to build the parking up and it becomes less accessible to the public in terms of that storefront atmosphere, can you just talk a little bit more about the ratio? And where I'm going with this, just so you have some background, is, you know, we keep looking around at some of these plots of land and uses that are not such strictly commercial or private enterprises. And the example that comes to mind is the Kitchener Farmers Market, with their underground parking and a sort of mix of market and private commercial uses at that ground and second floor levels. And I'm wondering just if you could elaborate on that mix and sort of what sort of tenants or uses you saw and how the public would interact with those spaces.
Well, we're at the very beginning of the process at this point, but at the outset, we envisioned a ground floor with commercial uses, commercial tenants, liner buildings, because we can't have a garage going right up against the street there. It's a little too sensitive for that. Even on Armstrong, you can't do that, I don't think. So we're trying to hide this garage with these liner uses, and then we have all these other objectives. You know, we have the notion of a park space on the site, the farmers market, all those things, and we're trying to balance them off. And we know it's going to be tough to try and figure out a solution which makes everyone happy, but we're going to try.
Mr. Walker, can you tell us what if it's a 2-story underground parking garage, what one stall would cost roughly? You have an rough idea? If it was
underground, it's probably around 50,000 a stall.
Okay. And I think, if I recall, there's about 120 currently there, is it not, on grade level parking? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. But with underground on the same footprint, you'd have a lot less than 120 because of ramps and such, right? I mean.
Yeah, you would be using up a portion of it. It's hard. You probably lose about 20%.
Okay. Good. Councillors, any other questions I have? Okay. Well, I can only speak for myself at this point, but I'm very anxious to hear what you'll come up with, and I do like what Councillor Peters has mentioned. If you folks could check into that Kitchener market, Mr. Weaver, are you on board, sir? Is Steve on?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Steve, how are you? Can you just describe that Kitchener market for us? I know your office is out that way, is it not?
Yes. I am actually personally in Waterloo, but our office is very close to the Kitchener Farmers Market, and that's certainly one example we can bring to the table in terms of looking at how this has been done elsewhere. That one has a fairly long history to it. I'm not intimate with all the details of the site and the agreements that are in place among the city and other stakeholders. But that certainly I can review that with others in our office who are more familiar with it. And yeah, for our general purposes in this review, we're basically bringing that land use planning and urban design aspect to the process. So we'll be looking carefully at current policies and zoning information, your design guidelines for the downtown, and working with Brandon and his department to figure out what some of the options are and what some past considerations and policy directions have been for the area and the site more specifically.
Right. But so I think the basic idea here is to create more vibrancy for the downtown core, and I think when you bring a residential component and additional commercial components into what is currently just a flat parking lot, it helps with that. So that I think that's hopefully where we're going. So Councillor Sherwood, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Your Worship, I know the position of the BIA will be to not lose one single spot of those 120 spots, but in actual, they would hope that we would be able to gain more. So I know we have already spoke. I know you came to our meeting, and I think that was that message was sent out loud and clear that we're not interested. If it's only two levels of parking, and we're going to lose 20% of our parking, that's going to be a real issue for the BIA and its members.
Well, that would be 120 times 2 would be 240, less 20%. So you'd still be up in the 170, 80.
Oh, so it's 120 per level?
Well, as it sits right now, but as Mr. Walker had said, as you build this, you've got ramps and such, and that will reduce the number from the flat parking grade level by 20%. So,
okay. Yeah, it's just basically.
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, it could be even more because you have cores for the residential use going up through the parking as well. And you need exit stairs and all kinds of things. So, yeah. So we're hoping to get to 150 if we can.
Right.
150 would be great. I guess I was just trying to, my point was that we don't want to lose 120. We don't want to lose one spot less than 120, but if we can have more, great.
Wonderful. Okay. Councillors, do you have any other questions for these gentlemen tonight? No. All right. Well, Mr. Walker, Conway, and Weaver, thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to talking to you in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to 10.3, we've got Credit Valley Conservation, Mr. Tim Maru. Mr. Maru, are you there, sir?
I hope I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
And you can see me.
Somewhere
in the corner, somewhere I'm in there. Can you see me?
Oh, here he is.
Yeah.
That's right. You've got the Paul Lynn spot right now on my screen. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking.
No one knows who Paul Lynn is.
Well, Tim looks like he's my vintage. He probably knows Paul Lynn. No? Hollywood Squares? You don't remember that?
I do.
No.
Oh,
I remember.
Okay, sorry.
No.
Okay, I do too.
No.
Sorry, I do remember Hollywood Squares. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get my.
I'll take Ruth Buzzy to block. No. Okay. Sorry. That.
Go
ahead, Tim. Sorry.
I don't remember that much. All right. Well, first of all, Mr. Mayor, members of council, thanks for having us here today. So I have actually 3 presentations, as you can see in the agenda, 10, 3, 4, and 5. So I've got them all here back to back. If I can throw them all together in questions after, or would you like questions after each one?
Well, councilors, I think we can take notes individually, and then why don't we let him go through the entire presentation and we'll ask. Is that okay, everybody? Yeah, so
That's fine.
go ahead, Mr. Maru, and do
Okay.
all three, and then we'll take notes as we go. Thanks.
Now, there is three, so it'll take me a little bit of time. I've tried,
Yes.
the first one is the longest, it's maybe 12 minutes, and the other two are maybe 5 or 6, and something in that order. So if you think I took a long time for the first one, it's because it's twice as long as the others. So I'm going to speak about the Headwaters Subwatershed study first, which has been going on for some time. Then Orangeville flood mitigation work that we've been doing with the town. And finally, I'm going to talk about the fire station expansion. So first of all, the Headwaters Subwatershed study. So I'm going to talk about what a subwatershed study is. This is the first one. Well, we did this one in '97, and it's an update from that. And then I'm going to talk about the phases that we went through, the results, and implementation, which is ultimately the important part. So what is a subwatershed study? So first of all, it's a comprehensive environmental management plan that guides policy planning and implementation. And the recommendations obviously are focused on protecting the environment. So if I may elaborate, it lays out the type of stormwater management practice that need to be in place as part of new development to ensure that the groundwater resources are protected, like groundwater quality and quantity. It presents recommendations to ensure that flood risk in existing urban areas does not increase or maybe even decreases, hopefully, given the problems that have been there. That addresses the natural heritage system to be protected and even possibly expanded through some restoration work. And it speaks to Island Lake and ensure that it continues to be a recreational amenity for the people of Orangeville. So those are some of the highlights of the kind of thing that the subwatershed plan addresses. It's really an integral part of the development process. And I say that because it provides clarity in what needs to be done, such that development and other land-based activities can occur in a manner that the environment and the people living in Orangeville are protected. So, so here is Subwatershed 19 area. You see in the sidebar, and it was on the last slide, our Credit River watershed. The dark green at the top is the Headwaters Subwatershed. So just to be specific,
sharing your screen with us?
Yeah, you should see my screen, but maybe it went off. Just a second. Bear with me.
I do not see it.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point you would want to see it, so hold on. Now maybe you'll see it.
Yes. If you could, Mac, oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I think I probably picked the wrong thing.
Yes.
Anyways, so there was, let me back up just a bit then. So what I was speaking to here was the very, Orangeville is up here, and our watershed's light green. And the subwatershed 19 or Headwaters Subwatershed is this very top area around Orangeville.
Mm-hmm.
So, so this is a little more detail. So the red and white outline is Orangeville, and you'll see 5 broad catchment areas. So we've got the Monora Creek tributaries in red. Lighter green would be Mill Creek and everything in it here. Over here on the other side in Mono, we call the eastern tributaries. They all drain into Island Lake, which is in blue. We've got the Caledon tributaries, which all drain to the Credit, and they're all, as you can see, in Caledon. And finally, in dark green is the Credit River itself. And of course, the Credit River starts right here at Island Lake. So why this with subwatershed study and that we've been doing? So first of all, obviously there's urban growth. Urban growth has happened and this continued to happen, not just in Orangeville, but also in Mono and Amaranth and East Carafraxa, to some extent Caledon. So with the growth, there are competing interests. And just for example, with groundwater, there's potable water, there's the groundwater supply to Island Lake, which sustains the lake. And the pollution control plant relies on the outflow from the lake, for the dilution. So you've got ongoing flooding, obviously, in Orangeville, and you don't want to make that worse. And we have fragmentation of the natural heritage system. So these are some of the things that were really the basis for updating that. In terms of stresses, there's also, different types of weather problems we've had with drought, flooding, and they come into it as well, and climate change. So this study was done following a background report. There's been 3 phases: phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. So we're at the point in phase 3 of pending approval. We're virtually done. So phase 1 and phase 2 were actually originally done 10 years ago, and then the project went on hold while the source protection work was being done, because that was going to obviously in a very detailed way influence the subwatershed plan. And then once that was finished, there's some time passed because we had some other priorities. So we brought it back to life in the last year and a half, made sure phase 1 and 2 are up to date. And now here we are with the final phase. And so this was done at various phases in collaboration with all the municipalities affected. So phase 1, characterization. So that's where we set a vision, goals, and objectives, and we did a whole series of technical studies to understand really what's going on in this subwatershed. So there are 12 objectives, but I just grouped them into 6 categories because otherwise I get lost in the details. But the first is really about outreach, and largely our outreach, CBC outreach, but it could be others as well. So increasing awareness, knowledge, and participation. Number 2 is protecting the groundwater supply and quality, and that's obviously connected to source protection. So C is maintain and enhance water quality. I'm speaking of the lake or of the streams as it relates to the fisheries. Number D is maintain and restore water course function. Finally, we get into with E, flood risk, minimizing flood risk or reducing flood risk, and finally, just the whole protection, restoration, enhancement of the ecosystem. So it's fairly comprehensive. So this gives you a list of the types of studies we've done, and I'm not going to go into them at all in detail. I just want to highlight 2. So first, I'm going to highlight groundwater. I'm going to highlight flood risk. These are 2 fairly groundwater, and those are the 2 that are fairly prominent. So this is just an example, comes out of the source protection work. It's the wellhead protection areas you can see in various colors of yellow and brown. So these, through the source protection, dictate the types of activities and management practices that need to occur in those source protections. So this type of information is brought right into the subwatershed plan. Another example, of course, this is the floodplain of Monora Creek, and as I'll get into my second presentation, it's the flooding from Monora Creek particularly that's been problematic. So here you have Hanson Boulevard and First, and so you see the buildings that are in the floodplain, but in a hatched, I think you can see it shows where the water spills, and as I say, I'll get into that in more detail in the next presentation. So once you understand existing conditions, you get into impact. So impact starts with stressors. So what are the stressors we have here? We have obviously urban development, we have water taking, we have droughts and flooding. Those are sort of 3 primary stressors. So moving from identifying the stressors to identifying the impacts. So what types of impacts? Kind of goes logically from what I said to reducing groundwater recharge. So obviously you pave over and don't do anything else about it, you're going to reduce the amount of groundwater recharge, you're going to reduce the amount of water supply, both for potable reasons and for supporting base flow. You have loss of habitat, flooding, and erosion. So with understanding the stressors and their impacts, then we identified a series of management scenarios, like how are we going to manage this moving forward? And then we picked a preferred one. I'm just going to touch on the management scenario. So it's a bit of a complicated chart, so I'll just try to keep it as simple as I can. So we have 5 different scenarios. So the first is really just existing conditions, a base case. Then we look at different land use. We look at stormwater management, different methods of stormwater management, and then look at different ways of managing the natural heritage system. And so those form are really our alternative scenarios. So land use, we have either existing conditions or we look to the future based on the official plans and to some extent places to grow. Places to grow, I think, more identifies population. OPs identify land use. Under stormwater management, we have business as usual. So that would be stormwater management basins, like you have multiple ones already in Orangeville, which are designed according to guidelines from the MECP or former Ministry of the Environment. Then as you move down, we get into low impact development and new development. And low impact development is really, and I'm sure you've heard about this before, rather than putting water just into the pipes and in the ponds and into the creek, it's treating the water on site. And this is really a requirement in many areas from source protection. So we're bringing it in here into the subwatershed plan. And in 3B, we do that just in new development. And in 3A and 4, we also look at as older areas redevelop or sites redevelop, like the one perhaps that you just heard in the last presentation, you might look at opportunities for those properties as well. And the natural heritage system, you either have you develop a natural heritage system based on current policies and practices, and some of that dates from 2007. Or in the bottom one, you can see enhance. And just here's a graphic to show you. So the dark green would be the natural heritage system that we identified. So this isn't necessarily one you would have in your official plan. It's just the one that we've identified for consideration. And then, so the dark green reflects current ways of doing things and policies. And then we identified areas that ideally, if you could, where would you want to expand it? Where would you want to fill in gaps? Where would you want to make linkages? And that's the light green. So there's no particular legislative look behind these would be more through outreach or through strategic or opportunities that may arise where one could expand it or restore the natural heritage system. But we wanted to put these out front so we know where those areas are. So where would be a really beneficial area to expand if that were to happen. So then we did an analysis of these alternatives. There's a whole volume on this and how we evaluated these alternatives. But in the end, what we came up with is the final one, obviously, in terms of evaluating against those objectives I list. This is the one that did the best job. So you can't see, maybe, I don't know if you can see the bottom line, but it says LID and new development and retrofitting and following the enhanced NHS. So out of that, moving into implementation, we have 5 different distinct plans, and I'll touch on them. So each includes an overview of the plan, and there's a set of recommendations. There's 60 some odd recommendations. And each recommendation talks about where it applies, what the outcomes are, what tools you need, what's a timeline. So there might be in 5, 10, 15 years, something of that order, and who the partners would be involved. So would this be a CVC initiative? Would it be a town initiative? Might it be a mono initiative? And then, so it's not just the partners, but who would be the lead. So that's in each and every recommendation. So just what are these management plans? So there are 5, and the first one speaks to stormwater management, talks about the criteria that would apply to new development, gives some details on low impact development for new development and existing, including, where is it appropriate? Because low impact development, if it's infiltrating water, may be a good thing in terms of maintaining groundwater, but it could be a bad thing in terms of contamination. So you have to take all of that into account. We've got the groundwater management plan, which is really adherence to source protection plan with a focus on protecting, enhancing recharge. And then we got the surface water. And surface water, this can include Island Lake, flood remediation, specifically in Orangeville, erosion along some of the water courses, and water quality in general for the streams and a lake, and pollution prevention. Pollution prevention is really about, say, industrial commercial properties and things you can do to reduce the risk of pollution emanating from those sites, say to the storm sewer system or the creeks. So just a little bit more detail about the connection with source protection. So, which was in Plan 2. So the source protection plan for the Credit Valley Source Protection Authority outlines policies designed to protect existing and future drinking water sources. And the Headwaters Subwatershed Study recommendations support the SPP as it relates to maintaining recharge rates and recharge water quality. And then finally, consistent with the SPP, the Headwaters Subwatershed Plan requires the implementation of low impact development stormwater management measures. I really touched on that already. And there's some maps in the report like this. And what they do is they show the source water protection areas and this color coding about green, yellow, and red, which then has some description of what type of LID measures you could implement. So for example, red would mean, oh, you may be able to put roof water in the ground, but nothing else. Any runoff from ground surfaces would not be acceptable. So that reflects the types of practices you could put in. Whereas green would be a little bit more open as to what you can infiltrate. So there's several maps like that that give you some guidance. So the 4th and 5th, so the 4th being the natural heritage system, and I spoke to that already a little bit about the core and the enhanced. Then there's restoration of some priority areas that are identified. So some of these are public, some of these are private. Some of these are our lands. Fisheries, and then some land use planning considerations that might come in when you update your official plan. Finally, the 5th is stewardship, which is really about our relationship with private landowners. Focuses on natural heritage restoration opportunities, agricultural practices as it relates to runoff, and some urban water management. So in some municipalities, we have an outreach program for commercial and industrial businesses to help them with water management. So we don't have that at this time in Orangeville, but we've identified it as a possibility. So recommendations, I mentioned, there's some 60 odd, and they're all categories by colors. I think one color is policy, one color's, just can't recall what it is off the top of my head. But in the left column, you'll see which of the management plans it came under. Was it under stormwater, groundwater, natural heritage? And I'll just highlight 2 of these. So number 1.4, and I believe you'll be provided, well, you have a copy, or we will provide you a copy of the report and the recommendations, but I can also provide you the slide presentation if you'd like. So number 1.4, all future residential property developments completed through site plans and plans of subdivision should include an evaluation of the opportunities to incorporate on-site LID management practices in conformance with guidance provided in certain figures. So as I mentioned, that's consistent with source protection. Another example, 8.1, as part of the new official plan. I can't read, somebody's blocking the slide, but as part of the next official plan update, municipalities should consider adopting the proposed NHS system that we report in figure 3.2 and develop policies to protect and restore natural features within the system. And we do know that most of what we identified is really already in your natural areas. There aren't too many areas that even expand beyond that. So that's really the subwatershed plan. So we look forward to moving into implementation. And my second presentation right now, which I'm about to start, really is an implementation of one of those recommendations. So even though we're just coming to completion now, we've really already been working on implementation of many aspects of this study.
If I may, you can minimize that and get that out of your way.
There we go.
Thank
you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I needed the prompt to remember how to do that. so Orangeville flood mitigation study. I'm sure this will tweak some of your interests. So I'm going to talk about the scope of the project, the federal funding we received, a little bit about existing flooding, mitigation options we looked at, costs and benefits, and next steps. So just the scope. So with this general scope was to assess Orangeville flooding and flood risk mitigation options specific to Monora Creek and Mill Creek. So when I say that, I mean this has to do with flooding directly related to the creeks, or when the creeks overtop their banks and spill elsewhere. What this doesn't include is flooding that may happen because there's a low point in the road and the sewers back up, or the sewers don't have the capacity. That's another problem that I'm sure contributes to the overall flood problems you're having. So back in 2018, Council passed a resolution committing $75,000 to this project we're talking about today. We committed $25,000, and then it was contingent on us applying for money from NDMP, and we received $100,000 from the National Disaster Mitigation Program, which, as it notes below, is a federal program directed at floodplain mapping and flood risk mitigation. So let's talk about an existing flood, and let's pick June 2017 because that's certainly the worst in recent memory. So in fact, there was 100 millimeters or 4 inches of rain in 8 hours, which is a fair bit of rain. So the way we do this is we developed a computer model that simulates what happened. And the reason we do that, and then we calibrate it by looking at photographs of what actually happened to make sure our model makes sense. And by doing that, then we can test different scenarios in our model. So we can increase the size of a culvert or whatever it may be and see how that might reduce damages. And this particular methodology is that we can now use with this two-dimensional presentation of flows. It's quite new. It's just been really available to, other than to a few limited consultants who could spend $50,000 on model. This has now become a software that's free and that we've been using for about the last 5 years at CBC. We've become quite skilled at using it. So let's talk about flooding in the lower Monora. So that's really where the main source of the flooding that you have in some of the urban areas is coming from. So you have Hanson Boulevard here and First here. So where it floods, first of all, is you can see this example here is the June 2017 event, and it's roughly equivalent to a 100-year event. Sometimes really hard to say exactly, but just gives you an idea. So flooding starts to occur onto the road here, and just north of Staples, there's a low spot and water starts to flow out here. And I showed in the previous slide in detail where it finds its way all the way through, sometimes through streets, some through back areas, and ultimately to the credit. So this flooding can happen as frequently as every 5 years, and lately it seems to be even more. And then it can go far as south as 2nd Avenue. And this picture below you just shows an example of the type of photographs we gathered, so we can get an idea, you know, how close did it come to the Staples building? Did it enter the Staples building? And then did our model reflect that kind of thing? And so in this particular case, as best we know, it went into the parking lot and around the north side of the building, but not into the main doors. So now if I jump down, sorry. Yeah, that covers that. So then if I jump down to Mill, so this is Mill Creek here. Out through Dragonfly Park, you see Broadway. There's a Tim Hortons in here that there was flooding around the parking lot. You've got the water pollution control plant. and the Petro-Canada that has had some flooding problems intermittently as well. And what happens here with Mill Creek is it never overtops the bridge here on Town Line, but it starts to, as the water level rises, it starts to flow towards the pollution control plant, finds its way through different openings. Some of it crosses here through Dragon Park. Other parts find its all the way down here and through the Petro-Canada station. And this can occur every 2 to 5 years. And the last time it occurred, as far as I know, I went to see it was in January, which was a tremendous amount of rain for January. It was unprecedented. In fact, someone asked, what's the return period? And the answer is, we don't know, because it was so high that you have nothing to compare it to. So what did we look at? We look at fairly simple things really for remediation. We look at increasing channel capacities, culvert improvements, some berming if need be. And then there's other things that you can do that we didn't look at. So wet proofing and dry proofing really has to do with what a landowner might do to their property to keep it from flooding. So you'll see this come up with the fire station. So wet proofing means even if water circles around the building, it won't get in and cause damage. And dry proofing means you've built the building up above the ground. You've maybe filled the ground and kept the building high and dry. And of course, stormwater management, and that relates as much as anything as development occurs and you look for, and there's some retrofit opportunities in some of your ponds, you may, as a minimum, you don't want to make things worse, but ideally you want to make things better. So we didn't look at those specific remedial options. So in terms of lower Monora Creek, so we concluded that any proposed works that we've identified here would significantly reduce the extent of flooding. In the bottom corner here, you see if even for a 100-year event, you just minimize some spillage over just a very small area compared to what you saw earlier in the slide. If I just back up to here, quite a difference. And obviously you can increase the size of what we're proposing. You can prevent flooding in a 300-year, 500-year, whatever you want. So we just, our solution, there we go. It's more focused on roughly 100-year, just for example. So what it involves is the culvert here under First and the culvert here under Hanson as it moves into by the Canadian Tire. Those would have to be replaced and made larger. This little entrance here, either remove it because the entrance isn't necessary or make it larger as well. This red area shows some channel widening and it would be reconstructed, you know, so there would be a natural channel at the bottom, but with a broader floodplain on top of that. And then a very low berm, it's 0.3 or 0.5 meters here, just to prevent the water that was flowing out this way. And that's really what it would take to substantially eliminate that flooding that you experienced there. There would still be potential for some wet and dry proofing of buildings and the stormwater management that I mentioned. In contrast to lower Monora Creek, Mill Creek is much more problematic in terms of a solution, but perhaps it's less problematic in terms of what the problems are. So this is Mill Creek, and I think I showed you earlier, it doesn't ever overtop here at the Town Line Bridge, but rather it's water spills towards the treatment plant. So the only way really to solve that would be to put a berm through here and two very long, very flat, fairly large culverts. Very expensive solution. And you can see here, this is what it could do for a 5-year. Yeah, you could solve the flooding for a 5-year, but once you move to 100, it's just too much water and it's still going to go in. Now, the good thing is that the treatment plant itself has been designed to have water flood through it. So as far as I understand, operationally, it continues to work. It's just more of a nuisance than anything. And now there's the other issues. Some of the businesses are affected. There's road closures that are affected. But the solutions to this problem are much more difficult than it is we're dealing with the lower Monora problem. So those are the two water courses we looked at. And in terms of the lower Monora specifically, so taking current year, 2020, there's a methodology to calculate damages. So, and it's a provincial methodology that was developed over a number of years and then improved with the Calgary flood and then improved again through TRCA in Toronto, and then we've adopted it. But it estimates that based on current kind of weather, the present value of damages, 20 or 30 years worth of damages brought forward is about $1.6 million. If you look at the climate 30 years hence, and we're not sure what exactly that will be, but based on some expert projections, it works out to $2.6 million. The cost of these works based on a preliminary estimate and is 2.2 million. So that, but the damages drop from 1.6 million to 0.1 million in present value in the current weather, and the future from 2.6 to 0.3. So it just shows here a benefit cost ratio for 2020 of 0.7, meaning the benefits are less than the costs. Those are strictly the, let me elaborate on what those, the reduction in damages are, which is the benefit. So that includes damages specifically to the buildings. It doesn't speak to lost businesses, doesn't talk to damages to like erosion or damages to roads, that sort of thing, or parking lots. So the damages are probably much higher in some areas, but we haven't we didn't go into that detail at this point. Now, what do we do next? So first of all, I think there may be I'm not sure if there's a report today, but Orangeville staff will be preparing a flood mitigation plan, which is to bring the next steps forward in terms of what can be done. I'm not sure if it would involve an EA, but perhaps. There's also the disaster mitigation and adaptation fund, which I believe is what you applied for funding for the Milady Pond, if I'm not mistaken. And I haven't had a chance to read it, but there was an update came out today about next round of funding that's available, that may be available through this DMAC program. And based on the last version I saw, that type of work that we've already done, and including the benefit cost analysis, that's the kind of thing that they're asking for you to do to make your application. So much of what you would need to have an application here is now in hand. So I think that you'd be in good position to apply for money. And if we add in potentially the fire station issues, which is on the next presentation, into this analysis, you know, you might have a very good case. Just as an aside, we are independent of this project. We have, you know, real-time gauges, and we have 3 in Orangeville or just outside of Orangeville in Mono. And we're just in the process of implementing alarms. So when water levels get to a certain height, an alarm goes off, and that gets sent to your emergency services. And we did have, I wasn't there, but a meeting with some of your staff today about they're looking at through smart city initiatives, opportunities maybe to, you know, leverage some of this alarm work. So that's just something that's ongoing right now. Is something, one of the things that's happening. So that's the end of that one. So now we go on to the Orangeville Fire Station expansion. So constraints and opportunities. So we're aware for some time, obviously the fire station's in the floodplain. According to our policies, as you strictly read them, that's problematic in terms of an expansion. So what we took on ourselves with some of the funding we had received from you and working with your staff was to say, okay, what can be done? Let's see, can we find a solution that would work for everybody? So I can't tell you whether this would work for everybody, but we worked through what we thought was technically feasible and what would meet our policies. So those are the 2 things. What's technically feasible and what would adhere to our policies. So let me go through it. So let me take again 2017. So in the bottom photo you see here, there's the fire station. 2017 flooding was on the road on Dawson and up into partway through the parking lot. If we had the regional storm, then you're going to see a fair bit more flooding. Is going to, so the picture above here is also for that same event. So you can see the parking lot just floods in the front. There's water through the main creek. It doesn't really overtop much here at all. The real flooding occurs over by the tracks and the low point in the road here, just outside the driveway. And in 2017, as best we can estimate, it was about 0.3 meters or a foot deep. Whereas, and if you had Hurricane Hazel, which is what we apply here and across the province to develop flood lines, it'd be about double that. So you can imagine you had Hurricane Hazel, you're going to have 2 feet of water on this road. And it's not just on the road, it's flowing across the road with some velocity. 2017, it was about a foot. So that's existing conditions. Once again, we're calibrating our model to match existing conditions. So the photo below is what happened, what observed. Picture above is the model and its calibration. So let me talk about 5 policies that apply here. So safe access and egress for emergency vehicles. So that's a provincial requirement. So regulatory flood event requirements. So they recommend that flooding on a road where there's emergency vehicles have to pass to be no more than 0.3 meters. Now, this is a bit hard to find, this number where it dug out, but I was working as a consultant a few years ago for TRCA in Bolton, and the province was heavily involved, and this is the number that they were using, 0.3. And in some places, so the theory here is if it's bigger than that, which is about twice the height of a curb, it's getting potentially increased danger for vehicles to access and egress, or maybe they may stall in some cases. So for the regulatory, it's 0.3 was like their guideline. Dawson, I mentioned already, it was double that, 0.6. So the next thing is a two-zone policy. So two-zone policy, and there is the only two-zone policy CVC has is actually, sorry, there's two. The main one is in Orangeville. So what that does is two-zone means this is a floodway area, you do not touch that. Here's a fringe area, you may develop that area. Well, the fire station is not in the two-zone area. So we would need to update the Orangeville two-zone policy. So that's us working with you to develop that. We already did some technical work to see what was possible, and we think it's possible here. And then any expanded parking area or building area, if you're going this, if you want to expand this particular site, you'd have to dry proof, which is just building it up a little higher so water can't get in it. So that's number 2. Number 3, make sure there's no impact on upstream flood risk. So we've done that already. So in fact, we know that on the frequently events that what we're proposing here would actually reduce risk to some of the adjacent properties, which I know have been a bit problematic for them. Number 4, this is more of a provincial one again. So if you read the provincial policy statement, section 315, it says development of emergency services in floodplain basically is prohibited. So this makes you stand up. I wanted to bring this to your attention. Now, as I understand it, is that it's a provincial policy statement is to have regard for, and the municipality and the conservation authority interpret it and apply it. So from our perspective, we're satisfied that what's being proposed, the fact that you already have the fire station in the floodplain, and if it were to expand and we were to implement what we're proposing, then we are satisfied that it's safe or safer than it had been. So here's what we're talking about, just in summary. So update the 2-zone policy. 2, increase the culvert capacity under Dawson. So this is the main creek here, but that's not where you need more capacity. You need it on the other side. I have a feeling that at one time this is where the creek went, but maybe not. So you need a larger culvert here and a smaller one here. The road profiles, it dips, right? It dips right before the railway track, and that's where some of the depth is. So we're talking about regrading the road between here. So it's flatter. It's almost like a very broad weir. So it stays shallow it's shallower and longer, so to speak. And then of course, dry proof construction. And preliminary cost estimate for these works is 3.3 million. So fairly expensive, really. That doesn't include any obviously work here, but we wanted to give you an idea what we thought it would take if you wanted to progress with this particular site. So there you have it. So completion of these works would enable the fire station expansion to occur from the perspective of our policies. And obviously we'd have to look at the details, but it seems that that's from everything that we know that you would be doing. We've been satisfied so far. So that's it.
Okay. I have Deputy Mayor McIntosh wishes to ask you a question, Mr. Murrow. Sure. Go ahead, Deputy.
Let me get rid of my my presentation so I can see people. Right. Or okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. Very informative. I do have a couple of questions. When was it decided the fire hall was in a floodplain? When was that actually decided?
I don't know 100% sure, but it could be 25 to 35 or 40 years ago. I think it was before it was maybe, I don't know if it was before it was established or not. You'd have to, I did look it up, but I can't recall. But I know the floodplain mapping typically goes back into the 80s, sometimes earlier.
Okay. And also you did show some very dramatic photos of the flooding. Mm. I'm curious where you got those photos.
Some of them we took, which is what we do when there's a flood event. We go up there and take pictures. So for example, in January myself, I went up there when we had all that rain in the winter and I took pictures. of what I
Okay.
could see.
I was just curious because I was physically there and both culverts were completely blocked that day, which makes the photos look extra dramatic. Okay, that's all I had for now. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Andrews.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and Mr. Maru. Thank you very much for the detailed reports. A lot of reading, a lot of information to digest, and a lot of education that has been provided to each one of us. And again, the visuals really help out. One of the reasons I'm sitting in the seat that I am as an elected official is, in fact, because I decided to represent people who are part of the lower Monora Creek, and I happen to be a resident of this area for over 26 years now. And I've had a chance to see some of the effects of the floods that you've spoken about, especially the one in June of 2017. One of the questions is, in fact, working in collaboration with the town's, I guess, public works or a combination of the I guess the building department. I take a look at the development that I'm a part of on Credit Creek, Amelia. I know that the mayor is familiar with the neighborhood as well, and many of the other members of council. I take a look at that particular stormwater management pond that is off of Amelia, and you may be familiar with it. And of course, the creek connects down to Victor Large Way. And in that June flood, I had colleagues of mine on Woodvale, as well as Victor Large, who were really concerned. How far back can you go in not to say establishing some form of liability to the developer, because is it not the developer's responsibility to work with the town to set into motion some form of proper storm water management process so that you can somehow avoid the situations? And I know you've spoken about the 100-year flood, and you look at the visuals that we were fortunate to see, and I know members of the public who may be watching this, as you move further down Hanson and down to First, where some of those areas are, is it not, going back in time, is it not the responsibility of the developer to work out some of those kinks and forecasting some of the potential problems that could occur?
I hope I don't get myself in trouble with this, but it is partly the developer's responsibility in the sense that they would do the studies and come up with the answers. But depending on the case and how far you go back, both the town and the Conservation Authority would have reviewed their works and would have given them approval of some sort. So I don't know where you draw the line. Some of this is just advancements in the state of the art. I mean, back in when some of these first things were built in the early, I think mid to late 80s were the first ones maybe built, I'm not sure. The knowledge we had then and the ability to calculate things just isn't quite where it is today. And so often you'll find things were underbuilt, other times you'll find things were overbuilt. And but it behooves us all to at some point to go back and review things and update and decide what to do next.
I appreciate the remediation that you're proposing on off of Hanson there. I think that that's reflective of maybe the times we're in, and I guess more of a comment. Here we are, we're looking at climate change, and I anticipate that we're going to see more of this kind of situation happen more often. And like the deputy mayor, I too was down there taking a look at some of the flooding that took place near the water treatment plant, and I couldn't believe my eyes in January. Here we are, we're dealing with rain that's posing all kinds of challenges, and there are many of us on council who've received calls, emails when we have concerned citizens, and they're more concerned about the now. When there's a flood, you can't control it. And if there's ways that we can moving forward, I'm certainly willing to support within reason ways of rectifying the situation. So thank you very much for, again, your response and report.
Councillor Taylor, then Councillor Sherwood, then Councillor Peters. Go ahead, Councillor Taylor.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through you, if I may. Tim, thank you for your presentation. First off, you're a great speaker and an excellent storyteller. I really enjoyed learning and listening to you. My question is about the fire hall specifically, and you eloquently pointed out the $3.3 million in investment that we would have to make that property work. I guess my question to you is, if council decides not to spend $3.3 million to make the amendments to the property that you've suggested, what happens to that property? Like in the future, is that just a worthless piece of land in your mind? And if we move the fire hall to a different location because we decide not to do that, have we just written off that asset?
The building, I don't know the full answer, but I could get you the full answer. But part of the answer is the building has uses that it can continue to have because it's, in fact, typically you can't even, in some cases, expand the building. It's just that the water is just, the floodplain is too large there. But existing uses or some variation thereof can continue. But if you'd like, I can get back to all of you on a little bit more detail what that would be.
But it would have to, through you, your worship, it would have to remain in the same footprint. I mean, you could put lipstick on it, but you can't change the size or anything like that. It stays as it is.
I'm not 100% sure. I have to ask our planning department. So if you'd like, I can come back with a more fuller answer.
Councilor Taylor, I think some of the one of the wrinkles there, this is an emergency management building, which is treated differently by CBC. Is that not correct, Mr. Maru?
Yeah, it is treated differently, and it's because the access and egress issue related to the fire station is. But as I said, I'm a little bit uncomfortable going too far with an answer on what you can do.
Yeah. Your worship and council, why I asked the question, if I may, it's simply to decide, you know, if option A is spend 3.3 million, or that town asset is essentially worthless to us, you know, is that the decision-making process that we're up against for the future? That was the point of my diatribe.
Well, Mr. Maru, if you could take that, maybe come back to us with a little bit of a deeper dive into that question, we'd appreciate it.
I can do. May I just add one thing? Back to the DMAP application when that time comes. It'd certainly be worth investigating whether those works could be included in that application.
Right.
Because I think that's maybe it's a 50-50 funding. I'm not sure, but just to make a note.
Thank you. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship. I'm just going to actually piggyback on what Councillor Taylor had just asked Mr. Maru, because it's definitely along the same lines. I appreciate Councillor Taylor's thought process on this. I'm just going to come right out and ask, just point blank, just simple, if we do not do the 3+ million in culvert repairs, I would assume that we would not be permitted to make application for expansion on the fire hall.
That's correct.
Thank you. Councillor
Peters.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thanks, Tim, for the presentation. And I know we went through this at the board meeting a little while back, but one area that you didn't touch specifically on, and I wonder if the report gets into it, I didn't see it when I read through, sort of halfway between the points you mentioned. So the lower Monora piece up near Hanson, the Mill Creek piece down near Town Line, but another place that gets a lot of flooding, and it was identified at least by a marker on one of your diagrams, was Sherburne Street, right at where Town Line meets Broadway, just to the north. I was wondering if you could expand a little bit. Is that the lower Monora piece flooding from the north to the south, or is that the Town Line piece, Mill Creek piece, spilling over to the north? And are there specific solutions there, or is that more of an infrastructure issue?
I believe that Graham's on the line, who's one of my coworkers. He could probably answer that better if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem. Can everybody hear me here?
Yes. Go right ahead, Graham.
Okay. So we can go back and confirm with the modeling, but my belief through this whole process has been that the flooding issues at Sherbourne are mostly what we would call overland drainage issues. And it's not so much related to the creek, unless you got a very, very significant storm, something bigger than what happened in June 2017. But with the more frequent storms like what happened last week, our understanding is there was some flooding observed there, and it's worth more investigation, but my belief is it's because of overland drainage issues and not necessarily from water that's spilling from the creek and making its way all the way down to Sherbourne.
Okay, so if I could, maybe that's what you were referring to earlier, Tim, where you're separating the creek and the watershed piece from the infrastructure piece and the physical assets of the town versus the natural flow of those creek systems.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Tim, you had given some cost estimates on lower Monora, and did you also provide a cost estimate on the Mill Creek and the large culvert going through the sewage treatment plant?
We did not cost those. We could. We hired a consultant, a sub-consultant, if you will, to do that for us. We could look at that, but we hadn't costed it.
So, and again, that area near the wastewater plant, how does a Petro-Canada get approval to build there?
I could ask the
for
same
that matter,
question.
some of the other buildings that are in that neighborhood. You know, it's been a floodplain for well, since the last ice age, I guess. So, but how does Petro-Can get approved? You know, it's a fairly recent build, certainly after CBC was created, and it just it's curious to me how that happened.
It's curious to me too. I don't know. I should say I do know
allowed
part
today?
Pardon?
Would it be allowed today?
I don't think so. No. The reason, no, it wouldn't, because what had happened was, the little bit I do know is that when the CBC and the town created a 2-zone policy for Orangeville, there were certain pieces of land that were called flood fringe where you could develop. Right. And this, as I understand it, that property was one of them. Now, if we were doing it today, I don't see how it could have been identified as one. Because fringe is fringe. Fringe means it's on the edge of the floodplain, not in the middle. But the possible reason, though, that they approved it is, one, they saw it as being on the edge of the flood fringe. And two, the method of modeling back then that was available based on the computers they had, they didn't understand, like we do today, how much of the water actually flowed that way. They would have assumed it crossed at Mill Creek and or straight across at Mill Creek. They wouldn't have assumed it was way off by Petro-Canada. So they probably assumed Petro-Canada was fringe, because right beside Petro-Canada, it goes up a hill, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So I'm thinking that that's why. So with the thinking of the day and the tools they had of the day, it seemed to make sense. Certainly looking back, it doesn't.
Yeah. Well, I'm not an engineer, but I've been there during flood stage, and it certainly seems as if larger culverts would take the water into the wetland, which I presume can take a lot of water. So, but again, the cost of it is prohibitive. If do you have any guess? Your other numbers were in the $3-4 million range.
Those were more expensive culverts. I mean, Graham's on the line still. I don't know if you even had got it from Aquifer Beach a sense of what they might cost. But Graham? It would have been quite a bit more.
No, we didn't initiate the cost estimates in that part. We anticipated additional physical constraints too that would rule that option out fairly early on. Just with other underground utilities, electrical lines, gas lines, all sorts of different pipes around the pollution control plant, that would make it difficult to actually get a culvert through that area.
Okay. All right. Councilors, are there any other questions of Graham or Tim? Okay. So, well, thank you very much for your presentation. I learned a lot in the last 20 minutes, half an hour or so, and I'm glad that you've presented this, because it gives councilors some ammunition when our residents and business owners are asking us about these things. I mean, like many things, money can solve some of it, and as councilors will be looking at that. And are there any these flood mitigation programs that are they at the federal level or provincial level or both? And would they be in the millions of dollars if we asked for it?
Yeah, it's a federal program, and I can't recall whether it has a provincial piece as well, but it's dominantly federal. And yes, they can be in the millions of dollars.
Okay.
In fact, the first round they had of this was the minimum was 10 million.
Right. So I would presume that an application for a flood mitigation grant would be preceded by what you've just given us. You've done the deep dive that's required for them to make a decision on funding.
Yeah.
For this. Yeah.
As far as yes, based on what they asked for the first round, yes.
Right. Is the 100-year flood line being redrawn in Orangeville as a result of your study?
That's a good question. So only maybe 5 or 6 years ago, we had updated the floodplain mapping. But it was almost at the end of the way we used to do it before we started doing it the way we're doing it now. And so because of the work we've just done, we're seriously considering we are going to take this new information into account, and that could result in some changes, yes.
Okay, well, again, thank you very much. That was very interesting, and thank you for making your presentation tonight.
We enjoyed being here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, all the best. Thank you. I'm just scrolling back up here to the agenda. Okay, so that completes 10.3, 4, and 5. 10.6, Michael Riesberry. Mr. Riesberry, are you on the line? Oh. Hello? Mr. Riesberry?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, very good, sir. Thank you for joining us tonight. You wish to speak
Thank you for having me.
Proposed development at 62A and 68 First Street. Go right ahead, sir.
Yes, so I live at 60 First Street, which is right next door, and
Yeah.
I've noticed as you guys were talking about flood prevention, quality of water, all these things came to my mind a long time ago, because behind our development, and I'm sure it's behind there's underwater springs that are always flowing. And you talked about how did things get approved. Well, our development is only 3 years old, and there's water from actual wells, underground wells that are, always running all year round, that are actually probably tapped into the city sewers, running constantly. And so you ask how these things get approved. Why didn't any of this land, which is like pretty swampy, and then now there's another development being developed on the only green space on First Street in this area. The rest is all cement. So there's nowhere for the water to go but to flood. So I'm just curious why this development, they're not keeping some of the green space, at least for in between the developments, as one of the points I was trying to make in a previous email. Between the developments, it just seems like the motivation for more development, high density, is coming before quality of the underground water and environmental impact. So that's one of my points. Another one is safety. This is called 62 and 62A, I guess, is considered medium density. 60 is considered medium density. The two apartment buildings beyond 62 are also medium density. So all these are medium densities. You put them all together, you get high density. And you have no crosswalks across First Street. You have no parks in the area for kids to play. It just seems like there wasn't a lot of thought put into it, just kind of pushed through. I know some of that is probably the Ontario government forcing certain things upon development, but I'm just curious why that wasn't approached. I look at other areas of Orangeville, and there's parks in the areas. There's a lot more balance, I guess you could say. So just moving forward with this development without actually adding more, maybe giving back some green space and things like that. I thought maybe that could be, I mean, you can't stop it now, but maybe they can add some more green space to the space. Or there's no public park. I believe they're putting a parkette in their development, but that doesn't help all the kids that live in 61st Street have no park. They play on the roads. That's the only place for them to play. Because it's all roads and sidewalks. There's no green space. So that's another point. Another thing about the environmental impact, they said that they were planning at 62 and 62A to put trees, line the streets with trees, and put them on the north side. They said the same thing for 60, that they were going to line the streets with trees. And now there's money being held back by the town that was supposed to go to green, the trees and environment, like I guess green space, but now is not being developed. So we have not a single tree on the development in 60. And I'm afraid that in 62, unless it's forced, we'll not have a single tree either, because the developer will kind of shy away from his responsibility or her responsibility. So that's another concern of mine with that development. I know it's probably too late for changing major, but maybe there's something that can keep the developer being responsible for the development, as you said, for flooding. As you saw, that this is right on the edge of where all that flood water comes. And I'm afraid if you put more development there, where's the water going to go? It's going to get higher. It's going to get even higher up First Street, or I guess farther south on First Street. So I'm just wondering if anyone has any comments on that, or if anyone else has anything to say about that.
Well, I'll start and then maybe I'll ask some staff on it, but you know, development requires the developer to dedicate parkland within their development, but this parcel.
Where's the parkland in 61st Street or in,
well, let me finish. Let me finish.
I'll let you finish. Sorry. Yeah.
So the parcel of land that your home is on is, I think it's 1 hectare, which is about 2.5 acres. So 5% of that doesn't really provide you know, ample space for a decent park. And I believe it was Councillor Sherwood that brought this up as we were talking about this. Councillor Sherwood, was that not correct in this development? So, and I think.
Yes, Your Worship, I was the one that asked the developer to bring in a parkette because there wasn't one in the development that the caller is on. Yes.
So Mr. Riesbury, there is some pushback by council with the developer and town staff to try and create more space there, but you know, we're somewhat tied with provincial regulations that, you know, the province controls planning and development, and we've got an opportunity coming up here. We're going to do a review of our official plan, and some of these topics that we're talking about tonight very timely, you know, flood mitigation, and you know, how can we have a more green developments and permeable surfaces. When you've got hard surfaces, obviously the water's got nowhere to go. So all these things are going to be talked about, but you know, once the land is zoned in a certain fashion, the developer has property rights, and they can go ahead, and I agree with you. There should be some more green space, and the children that live in your townhouse development, I guess they've got to go back to the school there, ODSS and the Tony Rose area, and around Princess Elizabeth School. There's quite a bit of parkland there, but in terms of the size of your development, it's not that big, and unless the regulations from the province are changed, the developer only has to do what is in those regulations, and that's a 5% parkland dedication, which in a small development like this, they actually give cash in lieu of to the town, and then the town takes that money and improves parks in other areas to service, you know, that neighborhood. So anyway, that's the short, you know, answer. I don't know, Mr. Ward, are you on board here? Would you like to weigh in at all on that?
Certainly, Your Worship, and thank you. And through you, in response to some of the comments raised through the delegation, many of those comments we certainly heard before through the consultation for this application. By and large, a lot of them are discussed further in the staff report that's on tonight's agenda that you'll be considering a little later on this evening. With respect to, I'll just try to touch on a few of the points raised. With respect to the question about flooding, again, an item we heard at the public meeting. As with any new development or redevelopment proposal coming forward, there's stringent criteria that they must demonstrate in terms of ensuring that the pre-development drainage and infiltration regime is essentially maintained in that post-development environment. And there's certain measures we we look to them to provide, whether they be low impact development measures that were sort of discussed in the CVC delegation earlier before you, all of which intend to ensure that you don't exacerbate any existing conditions, that you're maintaining that pre-development landscape environment, or that infiltration environment. With respect to the question or the comments on density, the site is it's identified as an intensification area in our official plan, so it's a candidate site for further development and intensification. It's proposed to be redesignated medium density residential, which permits a maximum density of approximately 99 units per net hectare. My understanding is this development comes in at approximately 51 units per net hectare of density. And the way we calculate density, of course, is looking at the subject lands and how many units are being provided on those lands relative to development area. With respect to the comments about vegetation and landscaping, as the delegate noted, we are still going through the process, the certification process for the 60 First Street development, with respect to ensuring that the landscaping that was reviewed through the site plan approval gets put in place. And through our site plan process, we have provisions to ensure that that happens by way of entering into an agreement with the proponent and collection and holding of monies in place to ensure that those measures or those approved attributes be put in place. Finally, with respect to the amenity feature, that again was a comment noted through the public meeting process for this. And as noted in the staff report, that is something that is now proposed to be located somewhat centrally within the development area, more to the west of the site. The site is, I guess, unstructured at this time, so we don't know if it's going to be a parkette or a playground or something to that effect. This development still has to go through a site plan approval process, and we'd look to see what that area would entail a little more carefully through that process. And Your Worship, as you noted, we certainly do have a cash in lieu of parkland dedication process that this development would need to adhere to, and that, of course, is to subsidize or fund broader parkland or park facility improvements or developments elsewhere. It's perhaps less practical to require individual parks for every single development. It's not feasible. This is why the Planning Act has the parkland dedication or cash in lieu of mechanisms to collect those monies to provide for parkland elsewhere.
Okay, well, thank you.
Sorry, just
Yeah.
to respond to that. I mean, with the medium density, and it's supposed to be a higher density along First Street. Looking at other communities, including even Toronto, when they build high density areas, they also have parks in, even if they're small parkettes, in those high density areas for the public. So the one that's going into 62 is just for the residents of 62. So if you're putting 4 apartment buildings or four complexes right beside each other and planning to build on the further lots in the future, you're not going to have any land left over to build a parkette or for a public space within a short walking distance on that, in that area. Even for going to Rotary Park, you have to cross. There's not one, what I mentioned earlier, there isn't a traffic light from, I think it goes from 5th all the way to Elizabeth, and you have no place for like kids to cross, or parents or anyone to cross the street. So one of the recommendations I thought, and I've mentioned this multiple times, is in the past, is why isn't there like some kind of, if they're building this, why can't they put a crosswalk at 4th crossing First Street? Because you're going to have 40 units here and another 40 or 50 units there. That's quite a few people. And then you have the 2 apartment buildings all close to 4th Street and no way of crossing the street unless you have to walk multiple blocks away to do so. So I don't know if the city, that wouldn't be the developer so much, but more the town to consider a crosswalk across First Street to make it safer for, or does someone have to get hurt before that happens, which usually is the case. So,
well, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Riseberry, but I know for a fact that crosswalks are not the safest place to be walking either, and that's a busy part of the road there. I would be,
or maybe a traffic light, or
yeah,
like a light crosswalk with a light on it, not just the strips on the road.
Yeah, Well, listen, we welcome your comment, and we'll take it in and have further discussions on this. I know this council is very concerned about safety and traffic safety, and I think we're going to have to look at the bigger picture here in town, and a number of traffic calming issues need to be brought forward, and I think we're going to be talking about that come budget time this year. But Mr. Reisberry, I want to thank you for your thoughts. As far as your development, I'm not going to pass it off, but you know, this particular council wasn't involved at all in the approval of your particular development. It's a nice development. I've been in it. The homes are lovely in there. But I want to personally thank Councillor Sherwood for bringing up this park issue and letting the developer, you know, be pushed back against, and they're cooperating, and that's what this to and fro in a development happens here at council. So it's a good thing. So you know, if you've been around 5 or 6 years ago, likely your townhouse complex might have had a little parquet for the kids as well. So
yeah. Now I just want to mention along the south end of the development there, 62.
Yes.
They're talking about putting a tree line across the north end. Is it possible to put a tree line along the south end of the development? In the development plans, they plan to put a tree development.
You mean as a buffer? As a buffer between
yeah.
your
like it doesn't affect my unit. I'm on the south end, so it doesn't affect me. But it basically you've got, if you come to where my house is and you see the beautiful greenery that I see, and then it's basically I'm just appalled that every single tree is going to be like, that's over 100 trees probably being cut down, including old growth. Just, you know, it blows my mind that then there'd just be buildings put up and nothing like like if there's possible of like a strip of evergreens or whatever, or cedar or whatever, like that's you know, just to have a visual, like more than a visual, but it's for the birds, it's for the squirrel, everything. Like the squirrels use our fences for fun. That's all they have. They don't have trees. So
yeah, Mr. Rajmer, this council is also committed to increasing the canopy, the tree canopy in our town. So you know, Mr. Ward, I hope you can take this back. You know, additional landscaping is always encouraged, and hopefully we can do that. Councillor Taylor wishes to speak. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Worship. I appreciate the way that you framed that up to the resident, Mr. Mayor, and that is those are beautiful homes in there, and they are expensive homes. I think I have a lot of sympathy for the resident in terms of the way that's set up. The learning that I've had since I took this councillor job is those people that are moving into a new area, into a new development, really should link in with the town prior to signing on the dotted line, just to make sure that they totally understand what they're signing up for in terms of green space and whatnot. The developer won't lead you astray necessarily, but the town will tell you exactly what that plan is, and buyer beware, you should understand what that is. I'm not saying I have no sympathy for the resident, I certainly do, and hopefully we can do something in terms of a park at over time. But I think the comments about First Ave in particular are interesting, and a crosswalk or something along there. I mean, obviously we require some more thought, but that area is going to continue to become more dense with people, and those projects will go ahead. We've seen it. We can't stop a developer, to your point, Your Worship, in terms of what they put on those lots. And I guess my angst when we dealt with Hanson was candidly, I don't like the look. I think it's too tight. I don't think it's meant for Orangeville personally, but that is probably where we're going to continue to go. And we should all be thinking about initiatives that will make it more beautiful and easy for those residents. I mean, they are spending a lot of money on those locations, and they deserve our respect. So I don't have the answer, but I appreciate the way you tried to answer the question, Your Worship.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reisberry, that's our response for now.
Okay. Thanks for your time.
I hope that that development, that there can be additional trees. As I said, council passed a resolution earlier this year that we would attempt over the next couple of decades to increase the tree canopy in town. I think everybody loves trees, and let's hope we can add some additional landscaping into that project. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, now on to staff reports. We have 11.1. This is the National Disaster Mitigation Program analysis, and it's a recommendation that we receive this report. Is there any staff member that wishes to speak to this tonight?
I'm here, Your Worship. It's John Lackey, Public Works.
Hi, John. Great, thank you.
Yes, this is a follow along from the CVC's presentation. They have provided us with some great tools to take the next step in terms of looking at the flooding and the options that we have. So we want to receive that report, and we would like Council's direction to take it one step farther and analyze the results and come forward with a flood mitigation plan in the future for Council's consideration.
Very good, sir. Thank you. All right. Sorry?
I have nothing further.
I'm sorry, John. You've completed your thoughts there.
Yes, I have, Your Worship.
Great. So, Councillor Taylor, go ahead. You're muted, sir.
Thank you. I'd just like to make the motion that we go forward with the recommendations as laid out by Mr. Lackey.
Very good. Seconded by? I see Deputy Mayor McIntosh. I think everybody's on this one.
Yes.
We have six seconding this. No, we have Deputy Mayor McIntosh seconding it. All in favor of this recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, that's passed unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lackey. Okay, moving on to 11.2. This is OPP transition report. Mr. Brennan, do you wish to speak to this?
Your Worship, I think the report itself, we're trying to give an update to Council on the transition. Everything is on schedule from both a transition of working with the staff and also on the facility side. We're hoping to stay still within the budget, and we should be ready for the transition on October 1st. I'm not certain if Ms. McKinney has anything to say, or Mr. Osmond from the facility side, if members of council has any questions.
Okay, well, first of all, Mr. Osmond or Ms. McKinney, do you have anything further to add?
Thank you, Your Worship. Nothing further to add except what Mr. Brennan has just said, that we're staying on target. Our facility work is ongoing right now. We're queuing up all the subcontractors and so on to get started, and that'll be happening in the next few days. And we're looking forward to our date of October the 1st to get things up and running.
Very good. Ms. McKinney, anything to add? Or
through you, Your Worship, I think that both Mr. Brennan and Mr. Osmond have covered it. I will pause for a second to see if Councillor Taylor is okay with me talking about one of the pieces of this puzzle.
Yes, that's the. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, Your Worship. I wonder if it's appropriate to share with the town the recent developments, and
sure. I think so. Yeah.
Perhaps Ms. McKinney would like to.
Thank you. So, through you, Your Worship, naturally the town has continued to work with the OPP throughout this process on their hiring process, and the OCPC decision was a critical path as we've moved ahead. One of the items that was remaining outstanding from the OCPC decision was the outcome of an arbitration with the bargaining units for the OPS. So we were with the board on Friday for arbitration, and an arbitrated agreement was reached.
Very good. So the only other piece in terms of coming up with a final costing of the disbandment costs would be once official job offers are given. Is that the last piece of the puzzle now? In order
Through
to
your worship, I would suggest there's two components. Yes, the final job opportunities are a critical path for knowing who will receive what, and then the next step of that would be agreements to ensure that when people transition over, their pension is aligned. So that will have to take place as part of that process as well. But the job offering will give us a much better sense of the overall cost.
Right. Okay.
Your worship, if I may, there's a press release going out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. There's a press release going out tomorrow with some details of what that arbitration settlement has. But again, to Ms. McKinney's point, not all the details can be shared just yet because we don't know them. There's still a process in place in terms of what that final bill will be. But as soon as we know that from a Police Services Board perspective, then we'll share that out with the public.
Right. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship. With regards to the renovations that are taking place, will it still be safe for our workforce to still be working under those conditions?
Mr. Osmond.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Sherwood. Yes, we're doing the building upgrades in phases. So we'll be working closely with the OPS staff. As a matter of fact, they're a part of the contract meetings and so on. So we would be doing all the work to minimize any conflict with the continuing operation.
So there's no talk of them having to be relocated for any type of reason?
At this point, no, we're not looking at relocating it at this point. If something were to come up, we are prepared to set something up outside if we had to, but right now, no.
Good.
Okay, thank you. Could we have a motion to receive this report, please? Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Taylor. Thank you. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Okay, moving on to 11.3. This is CAO's report to 2020-010 on town reopening plans and a recommendation that the report for the town reopening plans be received. May I have a motion on that, please? Councillor Sherwood, seconded by Councillor Andrews. Ms. McKinney, did you wish to speak to this at all? Or we're just going to receive it? Or Mr. Brennan? Go ahead, sir. It's your report.
Oh, Your Worship, I think Ms. McKinney was muted. We're available to answer any questions. We just, again, want to update council on some of the work that's been going on and the plans to move forward. We recognize that this is a challenging time for our residents and our staff as we address the stage 3 and address the new norm. And we're learning as we go with a lot of this, as many people are. And I think our time as we prepare, train our staff, looking at health and safety policies and working with our residents, we'll all get through this together. But if there's any specific questions, most definitely we can expand on it and advise council what we're planning.
All right. I see Councillor Sherwood has her hand up. Go ahead, Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship. With regards to the opening of Town Hall, I see now that you're doing it 9 to 12 and 1 to 3 by appointment only. And I'm wondering, and maybe I missed this, Ms. McKinney, you might be able to answer, when is the intention of returning back to the regular operational hours? And the reason I'm asking this is, as we approach September, we're approaching a tax installment month. And does this mean that people have to make an appointment to come in to pay their taxes rather than just coming in and out as they used to?
Through you, Your Worship, the opening date for Town Hall is August 17th. The soft opening has given us an opportunity to have staff acclimated to reopening and get a sense of the cleaning protocols and the additional mitigations and enhancements that are put in place, and to map out the people flows as people have come in. So to your question, Councillor, that will be, we'll be fully reopened by that point.
Okay, good. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you very much, and to Ms. McKinney and or to Mr. Brennan and or other general managers that might be associated to this. Again, thank you for your report. Very, very important that we have a plan in place as part of the recovery. On a completely unrelated matter that is not connected to, again, council, I in fact was in touch with the public health unit today. And one of the things that came about in the conversation was in fact contact tracing. Is that something that we will be, in fact, implementing at any of the reopenings of any of our facilities here in town?
Ms. McKinney, or Mr. Brennan, sorry.
Oh, sorry. And I think both general managers may want to speak into this, Your Worship, through you. Yes, right now, as members are calling in or customers, they are signing in, we're booking appointments, so we know who's coming in the building, and so we have the opportunity for contact tracing. I think much the same is going to happen with a lot of the recreation programs because people registered for the program, so we know who's in the building on that front. It will become a little more complicated if we open the doors and when we open the doors, just for people to walk in without appointments. However, if some people remember, most visitors to our town facilities used to sign in the past, regardless, to let us know that they're in the building. So that's something where we are continuing to look at. We don't want to force people to give their information, but if they're willing to do it, it would be great, and it would certainly help public health and everyone else in contact tracing. Yes, to that point, if some people do not want to give their contact information, I think we have to respect that to a degree, and but we will be trying to get as much information as we can for the purpose of contact tracing going forward.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Great. That's good. Any further comment or questions, councillors? Seeing none, can we have a motion to receive this report, please?
So we already did we not?
We did that already?
Yeah.
Madam Clerk? Okay, sorry.
No, you did not do it yet.
Oh, we did not do it. Okay.
My apologies.
All right. Can we have a motion to receive this report, please? Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All in favor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I've had a request for a 5-minute break, folks. So I think we will have a 5-minute break right now, and we'll be back in at shortly after 9 o'clock. Okay. Yes, Mr. Brennan, go ahead.
Oh, no, Your Worship, no question.
Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes, folks. Thank you. So back now, we're agenda item 11.4, and this is a recommendation from staff regarding blade and projection signs for the downtown business improvement area. This follows on the December 28 presentation from Roger Brooks, an expert in downtown revitalization and retailing. And he recommended blade signs would be a good addition to our downtown. I was recently in Banff, Alberta, and Banff has adopted blade signs in most of its stores in its downtown. They're very, very effective. So this particular proposal includes waiving the requirement for a sway chain. Staff is completing the review of such applications based on council approval criteria, the use of a particular style of sign design, and the introduction of a $50 fee as opposed to a $100 fee for each of our downtown business people. Does any councillor wish to speak to this matter? Councillor Sherwood and Councillor Peters, go right ahead. Councillor Sherwood.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to move the motion.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Let's do that. Councillor Sherwood has moved the motion. A seconder?
I'll second it.
Okay, Deputy Mayor McIntosh. Now, Councillor Peters, did you wish to speak to this? Go ahead.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just hoping for a bit of a friendly amendment here. I did notice in the description of the signs that exterior lighting would be allowed, which I agree with. Would help certainly in the winter hours for visibility of the signage, but I was hoping to add a stipulation that the exterior lighting would not result in uplighting. So essentially reducing the potential for light pollution, which is not only a waste of energy and probably a nuisance to the apartments above the shops, but also disruptive to nocturnal wildlife. So by keeping the light shining in a downward direction, I think it'd be a simple request. I'd like to add that to the motion if possible.
Was there any recommendation here about the type of lighting, or just that they could light it?
I believe it just said that exterior lighting of the signage was allowed.
Right. Okay. Well, I know that what do they call it? Dark skies or something like that? Is that what they're
dark sky compliance would mean that there was no uplighting.
Right. Right. So that certainly would be positive, I think. So I would be in favor of that. Councillor Sherwood, you've made the motion. Would you be interested in that friendly amendment to ensure that the lighting is down lighting only?
I would definitely put that. I would be able to comply with that. But I'm just trying to see if Councillor Peters can direct me to where that where he's speaking about lighting, because I'm just looking at the report and I do not see that anywhere. So, but yes, that's definitely we can.
It's on page 105 of the agenda package, which is page 3 of the report. It says the sign may be illuminated with exterior light only.
Got it. Yes. Okay. I definitely
add that downward piece.
Absolutely,
right.
I can do that.
Okay. And Deputy Mayor McIntosh, you seconded that. Are you okay with that amendment?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Any further comments from councillors on this?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Post.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if Ms. Shields on the line at all, but I did have a question. The signs, as the photos of the signs are beautiful. I think they're going to add a wonderful aesthetic to the downtown core. I was a bit disappointed to see that they're being provided by an American vendor, and I was just wondering if there was any opportunity for us to shop a little more locally, or if there was any sign vendors within even our own country that could provide something similar at a similar cost.
Are you on board, Ms. Shield?
I can answer your worship, perhaps on behalf of the BIA.
Wonderful, thank you.
I believe if you look, Councillor Post, at the end of all of the photos of all of the frames, it does say that Endemans Ironcraft, which is a local company, has quoted on similar designs. So these are just photographs of what we have found on US sites.
Okay, so
fabricated locally then, wasn't
yeah, so if you, Councillor, if you look at page 122 of our package,
okay,
you will see that we've mentioned that even though they are in US dollars, it's basically to just see the images, and that we are going to Endemans Ironcraft, which is a local company, and they will be in Canadian dollars.
Wonderful. Thank you. I missed that, so I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments, councillors?
Yes.
Councillor Andrews, yes, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Sherwood, for your explanation, and I too, I'm really waving the flag here in these times. I think it's imperative that we support our local businesses or those that are regional. But on that point, is there a RFP process that you're going to have to go through, or is it just a matter of here's where the recommended location is to purchase these, and the businesses will then have to end up deciding that this is the location they'll end up purchasing those signs from? And will that also include installation?
No, that would not include installation, I can assure you.
No, it doesn't include the installation, and I believe that the BIA has a subcommittee that's working on this, and so they will be the ones working with a specific company, and I can't answer whether it will be an RFP process. I just know that they have come and said that there is one local company, so I can definitely take that back to the board and get clarification for you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sherwood, if I could ask this question, I might have missed it here, but you've selected these roughly 4 designs, and they're what local businesses can select from. Have those designs been approved by Heritage Orangeville, or is that in process?
So there's actually 3 designs that the BIA task force had chosen, and that was the Monora, the Belfort, and the Milano design. And then further so those 3 were presented and accepted from the task force to the BIA board. But then those 3 designs went to Heritage Orangeville, and Heritage Orangeville only accepted 2 of the 3. We accepted the Belfort design and the Milano design, which we felt was more complementary to our heritage. However, a business or a building owner can choose another design. It's just rather than going through, they would have to then come to the Heritage Committee to get approval. So there's still an opportunity for them. There's an opportunity for them to use the 3rd choice, but we've said that we've decided, and then that way we can determine based on the age of the building whether that new design goes with keeping in with the heritage character. But basically we're saying if a building owner accepts the Belfort design or the Milano design, it can just go through staff process. It doesn't have to come to Heritage Orangeville for approval.
Very good. Okay, that's great. Okay, so any other questions, councillors? Okay, all in favor?
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me get back up to the agenda here. Just a sec. Okay. All right, moving on to, hang on, I'm sorry. I wish I had 2 computers in front of me, but I don't. I apologize. Okay, so we're down to 11.5, which is a report regarding second quarter operating fund variance. Ms. Syed, our treasurer, are you available?
Yes, Your Worship.
Do you wish to speak to this at all, or just any? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So through your worship to council, this is a very standardized variance report. This is the second quarter. I would like to mention that we are actually caught up with our variance report because last year there was a bit of a delay when we were providing council the second and the third quarter. So right now, providing this information in August is actually in alignment when second quarter variance report should be presented. In terms of the report itself, we are trending with favorable variance. So if council has any specific question to any line items, I would be happy to answer it.
Right. Councillors, any questions for our treasurer? Seeing none, may we have a motion to receive this report, please? Councillor Post, seconded by Councillor Andrews. All in favor?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Let's roll right into our next 11.6, which is the second quarter capital progress. Can you speak to that, Madam Treasurer?
Thank you, Worship. Once again, through you to council. Again, this is on the capital side. We are trending on a favorable variance. The report is segregated into three major categories. So projects that have been completed, that are in progress and yet to be initiated as of writing of this report. Council should note that it's a snapshot in time. So any information in front of you is as of June 30th. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the status quo remains today. So as you're reading any of these variance reports, you have to keep in mind that it's a snapshot in time. So once again, if you have any specific question pertaining to the report, I would be happy to answer.
Okay. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you, Madam Treasurer, for the report. It really helps out, especially at this time as we're continuing through the COVID pandemic. I'm wondering, out of curiosity, the ISIP grant that unfortunately we did not receive, or at least that we've been informed at this time. Does that have any bearing on some of the projects moving forward? And again, my comment to myself is that that is the case, but at the same time, I'd just like to have maybe your comments and reflection of the potential impact of that too as well.
Madam Treasurer.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Councillor Andrews. So as I've mentioned, this report was a snapshot as of June. We just learned about ISIP, so I do need some time to reflect on this, and I would report to you through the third variance report.
Okay, thank you very much, and I
you.
appreciate that.
Good. All right, can we have a motion to receive this report, please? Anybody? Councillor Post, seconded by Councillor Peters. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. 11.7, education development charge update. Can we have a motion to receive this as well, please? Councillor Sherwood, second by Councillor Andrews. Any further discussion, councillors? Councillor Taylor and then Councillor Sherwood. Councillor Taylor.
I apologize, Your Worship. I was so excited I thought we were going to approve it, and I was waiting to do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, got ahead of myself.
Did you wish to speak to this at all? Councillor Sherwood?
Yes, I do, Your Worship.
Okay.
One of the things I did notice within the report is that this was the educational development charges that were approved over a year ago, May of 2019. So my question to the Treasurer is, I don't know what the educational development charge rate was coming up to 2019, but does that mean then that anybody that has paid us development charges, you will now have to go back and collect the additional funds? How is that going to work? Because here we are like 16 months later.
Madam Treasurer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Sherwood. So the timing of this report is in alignment with what most municipalities are doing. There is usually a time lag between when the board passes these rates and when the municipalities implement them and further bring this for council's review. In terms of whether we have to go back and back charge individuals, I do not believe that is the case. However, I can double check and report back to council. But my understanding would be, because this is a very standardized report, it's not like every 4 to 5 years, the school board updates their DC charges, very similar to what we do. So I believe the charges are moving forward, so prospectively as opposed to retrospectively. But I can definitely double check and get back to you on that.
So can I ask one more follow-up question, Your Worship?
Sure. Go right ahead.
It appears that they're jumping $300 a year. So am I incorrect in assuming that the education that we have been collecting in the DC up to this point has been $832, and therefore we have not been collecting that other $300 per? Do you know what the education rate is? Education development charge?
Madam Treasurer.
Thank you, Worship. I don't have that information right in front of me, but like I said, the charges that are in front of you, the updated information will be charged on a prospective basis. These are information that are given to us clearly by the school board. So the effective date is essentially in alignment with what other municipalities are doing at this point.
Okay. All right. So we did have a motion and it was seconded. So all in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Next item 11.8, our community grant event status for 2020. So we have a motion to receive this, please. Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Post. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, Councillor Andrews, then Councillor Post.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I noticed that one of the organizations, and again, it may be premature because, as you know, we've been heavily involved, the town staff have been, and in council too, and the community in COVID. But, you know, looking forward to the Santa Claus parade, and I know the Kin Club did, in fact, return its $6,000, as was the grant provided to the organization. Has there been any thought, and it, again, I know there's so much else going on, but has there been any thought on what is going to happen regarding that event, which is very important to the members of our community?
I don't know who's got an answer for that. Yeah, Mr. Brennan, have you got any thoughts on that? I guess we need to wait for some approval from the province to allow gatherings, I guess.
Yeah.
Your Worship, through you, yes, we would have to look at what does a parade look like, a social gathering. As you know, a lot of the parades would have many people on the streets waiting for it to go by, which at this stage, in my view, would probably go against provincial direction and guidelines. But it's something we could look at. I'm not sure if there'd be another community group that would want to run it, if they could. But maybe it's some questions that we can put around in the community over the next few weeks and see where we're going with stage 3 and with such activities in the future.
All right.
Great. Thank you.
I guess the question is, this is receiving a report, but this came about as a result of a request from the Orangeville Blues and Jazz Festival.
That's what my question was actually about, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Okay. Well, Councillor Post, you go right ahead.
My question was, because we were looking at this specifically because of the request of the Orangeville Blues and Jazz Festival, which is the largest community grant that we've given. So initially my understanding was that their ask was to keep the grant because they had to pay for the incurred cost from 2020 of not holding a festival. But when I'm looking at the report, it's showing here that their event is not canceled. Instead, it's postponed to June 2021. So my question is their intention to keep the $17,150 now to use for June 2021? Because that wasn't what their initial ask was. So I'm just confused about what we're looking to do for them at this point, because I think that there was some discrepancy between those two things. So again, this isn't an attack on the Orangeville Blues and Jazz Festival in any way. I just want to understand when they're postponing an event, then that $17,150 being used there makes a lot of sense. But from the conversation that we had with the gentleman who presented to us at our last council meeting, the intent was that they were going to come back and request again in 2021 for more funding for the 2021 festival. So I'm just confused about that money piece. I think that that's an important piece. So perhaps to Ms. Syed, I'm not sure who put the report together, I think it was. So I'm not sure if she spoke to anybody specifically to get those answers, but I'm hoping just for some clarification before we move forward.
Ms. Syed.
So through your worship to council reports, my understanding and the direction I believe I got from council from the last meeting to put together this report is to get an idea where these events are at in terms of their status, and if these community groups or organizations have spent any money to date. That was the direction. So my team and I did reach out to them via email. It was a very standardized email. And the table that you're seeing is essentially what they have provided us. Did we ask for further information further than what they have provided us? Not really, because my understanding, again, based on council direction, is to get a sense of what the status of some of these events are. So that's why it's an information only report as opposed to a recommendation.
Right.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Just wanted to ask Councillor Peters, you made a comment during that meeting about you know, so much money had been spent, and there was, you know, I think you suggested maybe a reduction in the grant. Did you not?
I just want to be clear that I declared a conflict, although it's not specifically about blues and jazz. So
Right.
I'd like the clerk maybe to comment on whether I can proceed with that.
Yeah. Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk, are you available?
Yes, I'm here. Just took a moment to get the mute button pressed. If the question is whether he can discuss this particular item, I would suggest then you're going to have to start to separate out the vote on receiving the report as it relates to those particular individual organizations in order to facilitate perhaps the Councillor Peters participating if he feels then that he can.
Okay. I wanted to ask, is Josh Leach on the line? Mr. Leach, are you out there? No. Deputy Mayor McIntosh, did you wish to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Worship. I believe the intent was to keep the full amount and ask again next year. That's what I took out of it. I know the report doesn't say that, but that's what I understood.
Right. Okay. So as we review the report that's been put together by Madam Treasurer, most of the events or the spend is been taken and used in just about every case here. So I'm just trying to recall. I don't think we gave permission to keep the money at the last meeting. We were waiting for this report to come back to make that decision. Is that correct, councillors? Right. So I guess we need two things. One to receive the report, and the second would be to revisit the request of the Orangeville Blues and Jazz Festival, and what level of grant would we give to them under the current circumstances, knowing that they are going to come back for an additional ask next year. So any councillor wish to weigh in on that? Your thoughts, Councillor Post?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I think that's where my struggle lies with it a little bit right now, is that I'm happy to receive the report, but I think we need a little bit more clarification from the Orangeville Blues and Jazz Festival with what their request is specifically. I know that when he was at the last meeting, he had asked, but because this report shows a little differently as it not being a canceled event and rather a postponed event, I think we need to seek clarification, because I'm not necessarily comfortable with the full amount being divvied to an event that didn't occur and then a same ask being asked of us next year. I'm not super comfortable with that right now, but perhaps we can seek further clarification. I see Mr. Brennan has his hand up that he wants to jump in, so.
Okay. Two things. One, I just got notification if we receive the report, there can be some additional discussion after that. So why don't we receive the report and then we'll go to Mr. Brennan and others to discuss it. So did we have a motion to receive the report yet? I'm sorry, I don't think we did.
Yes, you do.
We do? I'm sorry. Okay. So let's vote on receiving the report and then let's talk further about Blues and Jazz. Is that all right? All in favor of receiving the report? Thank you. Mr. Brennan, go ahead, sir, first.
Your Worship, I was just going to say, and I think there's two different things. I think staff, as the Treasurer rightfully explained, just reached out to the recipients to see if they're going to use the funds, and we're reporting that back to Council. We could reach out to the Blues and Jazz rep, Mr. Leach, and ask him to come to Council on September 14th, our next Council meeting, and Council can have some time to think about it and decide if they want to give the full amount or take some of it back or not, or potentially deal with it tonight. Whichever you want, Your Worship, we can make it work.
Yeah, my recollection, and I'll ask Councillor Peters this in a moment, but my recollection was they've spent about 25% of their budget, and yet they're asking us for 100% of the money. So, Councillor Peters?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I agree. Now that the report is out of the way, I can speak freely on this topic. I think the letter that they provided was quite clear in the expenditures they've incurred, and I fully support compensating for that portion. And I believe they should be asking for that portion from their other donors as well. So, and yes, the number was 25%. So, especially if they're going to come back next year for the full amount, I think this should be a break-even year as much as possible. And that would mean asking for 75% of that grant back. So I would definitely support that motion.
Or make that motion.
Or make it, yes.
Okay, so that is a motion on the floor. Would somebody like to second that motion? Councillor Post. Shall we have some additional comment on that? Any councillors wish to comment on that? Again, they have spent 25% of their budget and we supported them. So what Councillor Peters is saying is that we should provide them with 25% of the funding that we provided, which has been spent at this point. That's the essence of it. Deputy Mayor McIntosh.
Thank you, Worship. I believe we should wait till September, as per the CEO's recommendation, just so they can actually be asked these questions.
Okay, that's another thought. Anybody else wish to comment? I mean, that probably makes sense, Deputy Mayor, to have Mr. Leach on the call to answer that question. But we need to vote here because we do have a motion. Councillor Taylor, did you want to make a comment?
Just, Your Worship, I can't imagine council voting against the Blues and Jazz Festival. I just can't see us doing that. So I mean, we could vote today or we could vote tomorrow. It feels like the fact-based council that we are, we'd like to vote for tomorrow, but I'm not sure it would change how I would vote on the issue. So I'm happy to wait or I'm happy to vote today, but I don't imagine we're going to turn them away.
Right. Well, this wasn't turning them away. It was a reduction though, right?
No, I hear you. But we're going to support.
Yeah. So so let's call the vote. What's on the motion on the floor at this moment is to agree to provide 25% of the 17,000. I think 150, was it not? 17, yeah, 17,150. So all in favor of that motion? Opposed? McIntosh and Taylor are opposed. Councillor Sherwood, I'm sorry, I didn't see your vote.
No.
But myself
Your
and
worship, I
Councillor
did not
Peters, myself
sorry,
and Councillor
I'm-
Peters declared.
That's right. No, well,
Your worship, I did
no,
not oppose that.
We have accepted the report now, Councillor Sherwood, so you're free to comment and vote on this now.
I think I should still exclude myself, sir, because I am a member of the Orangeville Blues and Jazz.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, okay. All right, so we have, it looks like a 4-2 here with Deputy Mayor McIntosh and Councillor Taylor in opposition. Is that correct? Councillor Taylor?
No, sir. I did not vote against it. I voted for it.
You voted for it.
Sorry if I wasn't clear, but no, I'm not in opposition. Thank you.
And Deputy Mayor McIntosh, to be clear, you voted against it?
Just to be clear, that's the 25%?
That's right.
Yes, I voted against it.
You voted against it. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So again, we're coming up to our community grant application timeframe again. So all of these community groups, I guess, should be thinking about putting their applications in for 2021 at this point. So that that motion passes. So the grant has been reduced by 75%. Okay, let's go back up to our agenda. Sorry. This is item sorry. Are we on 11:12 now? Sorry. No,
Right.
11.
You're on
11.9.
11.9.
11.9, I'm sorry. There we go. This is, again, I guess some good news. There was a surplus from our 2019 budget of $2,351,000. And this is a motion to approve the transfer of that money into our general reserves. May I have a motion for that, please? Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Sherwood. Any further discussion on this item? All in favor?
Yes.
Thank you. 1110, this is the biannual building permit report. May I have a motion to receive this report? Councillor Post, seconded by Deputy Mayor McIntosh. Any comments from councillors on this report? All in favor?
Yes.
Yes. 1111, this is 62A 68 First Street recommendation report. May I have a motion to receive this report? Councillor Sherwood, seconded by anybody? Councillor Andrews. All right. Would anybody like to ask any questions on this particular? Councillor Andrews, Councillor Sherwood, Councillor Peters. Go ahead, Councillor Andrews.
Thank you. This might be a hot topic tonight, as amongst all the other things we've got going on. Quickly, Your Worship, and I presume this would be directed to Mr. Ward. It is trivial, but why was there a reduction from 41 to 40 units? And then also the traffic impact on First Street itself. Again, with the development that is just south of that location, which we did have a representative of that development. They spoke about some of the tree canopy and concerns there, but I'm just hoping Mr. Ward might be able to provide, a quick answer to the reduction in units from 41 to 40, and then also any concerns that might have been addressed regarding the First Street traffic.
Mr. Ward.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I'd like to refer the question on to our senior planner, Miss Larissa Russell, who's been more directly involved in the processing of the application and could perhaps best answer the evolution of the proposal better than myself.
Okay, Ms. Russell.
Thank you. Through Your Worship, the development has changed to the reduction of 1 unit, as you noted, in part to accommodate the parquet that is being proposed in the development, and also to accommodate an easement for a sanitary sewer that needs to run through the property to Sunset Drive. In terms of your traffic question, the TIS, the Traffic Impact Study, concluded that the development would only generate 20 a.m. and 26 p.m. peak hour vehicles, and that all intersections are currently operating with excess capacity, and that no network improvements would be required as part of this development.
Okay.
Thank you.
Andrews. Councillor Sherwood, you had a question, then Councillor Peters.
Yes, you do, Your Worship. Through you to Ms. Russell. As you probably would know, I'm quite excited to see that the parquet is included, and I am very pleased that the developer has actually given up 1 unit in order to accommodate that. It was very important for us to acknowledge that there's going to be young families there. In regards to the parquet, I'm kind of reading that it's just going to be land. Will there actually be any type of play structure on there to further advance my original request? When I say a parquet, I was hoping there'd be some kind of swing set or slide or something.
Ms. Russell.
Through Your Worship, at this time, the developer is just looking at putting a piece of, I guess, unprogrammed land right there, although we are reviewing the site plan application at this time. And my understanding, in collaboration with engineering, is we could look at opportunities to put in some sort of a tot lot. We just need to consider the easement that will be required there for the sanitary sewer.
Thank you. That is kind of was my hope. And when I said a playground for the children, I didn't mean just plain grass.
Okay. Good. Councillor Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments are going to come back to several discussions we've had previously on similar topics. At the moment, I can't support the application as it's written, but I will remind council some of the more progressive sort of initiatives that we've implemented on similar developments. One being with respect to the demolition permit and tying that to a construction waste management plan. So just last month, we did that with the application for 340 Broadway. So I'd like to see that included in there if possible. And then the other issue is the discussion we had regarding the Hanson lands and understanding that with increased development and environmental impacts, and a caller earlier this evening touched on those as well. If you recall, we asked the developer in that case that the development exceed code by 10% for energy and 20% for water regarding savings, not exceed obviously in the higher capacity, but to reduce energy by 10% and water by 20% at the time of building permit related to code. And I think having established that for other high density and medium density applications in town in advance of the official plan review going through, this is our opportunity to include a few of those stipulations in the development.
Okay. So I've been asked to read the report in full into the public record, and then we can consider an amendment from Councillor Peters. So this is that report ISPL 2020 -016 for 62A to 68 First Street. Recommendation report OPZ2/19, RD3/20, RD4/20, RD5/20 be received, and that the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications OPZ2/19 be approved, and that the residential demolition applications RD3/2, RD4/20, and RD3/20, RD4/20, and RD5/20 be approved subject to the following condition: that site plan application SP4/20 be approved, and a site plan agreement be executed prior to the issuance of any demolition permits, and that the applicant construct and substantially complete the new buildings to be erected on the subject property not later than 2 years from the date of issuance of the demolition permit, and that the bylaw included as attachment number 2 to this report be enacted to adopt site-specific official plan amendment number 123 to redesignate the subject lands from restricted commercial residential to residential on Schedule A and medium density residential on Schedule C to permit a 40-unit condominium townhouse development, and that the amending zoning bylaw included as attached number 3 to this report be enacted to rezone the subject lands from restricted commercial C5 withholding symbol to multiple residential medium density RM1 zone with holding symbol, H symbol, and special provision SP 21.221 to permit the proposed use. Okay, so to recap, this is the townhouse project at 62 and 68 First Street. We need a motion to receive and approve this report. May I have a motion, please? Councillor Sherwood, and seconded by? Anybody? Nobody. Okay. Councillor Post, were you there?
Yeah, my question was to actually ask if it's possible to, before we go ahead to receive this report and proceed, is it possible to add in those extras that Councillor Peters had suggested and add those into a modification here at this time, rather than approving this as it is and trying to add them after the fact?
I guess, you know, technically I was once it was seconded, I was going to ask then for Councillor Peters to make a friendly amendment, but I don't know, maybe I'm off on that technicality, but Councillor Post, if you wanted to second that, then I would ask Councillor Peters to elaborate again and put the wording forward for an amendment to that.
Sure.
Okay.
If that's the way to do it.
I don't
Your
know.
Worship, I withdraw my motion, Your Worship.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
I would rather see all those changes made before we go ahead and make the motion.
Fine. Okay, Councillor Peters, go right ahead.
Sure. So in the absence of a motion on the floor, I would propose a motion that includes the language as read by yourself, with the inclusion of 3 additional stipulations. The first being that the developer create a construction waste management plan with respect to the demolition of the existing residential buildings. Second, that the proposed development achieve at least 10% energy savings relative to code at the time of building permit. And third, that the development achieve at least 20% water savings relative to code at the time of building permit.
And I will second that motion.
Okay, so I have a question. Is somebody else was out there wish to ask a question?
Yeah, Your Worship, CAO.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Your Worship, before you vote on the additions, I'm just wondering if our planner would like to say a couple words on it. I'm just concerned that we're putting requirements in there for the developer that's not in our official plan, and really that's not policy, and I don't know how much that would hold up if they were to bring it to LPAT. I'm not certain if the planner is ready to speak to that, or is this something we'll address during the site approval?
Mr. Ward.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I'll touch on the demolition item first of all. As Council may recall, this came under consideration fairly thoroughly in the earlier part of 2019. We had a demolition come forward for a particular site, and Council introduced the condition to require a demolition construction waste management plan as part of that. We worked with the proponent to derive a waste management plan in the absence of any guiding policy or standards and targets that might lend themselves to informing what that sort of plan would look like and how we would go about implementing and enforcing it. Another one came forward for a similar development in town around April of that year, and staff proactively recommended a similar approach be taken in light of Council's request for the prior demolition. The developer for that particular one came forward with some concern about it, again, with respect to how is this being measured against what is the bar that's being set for how that plan is to be prepared, and how does he go about achieving that, and how do we go about reviewing and signing off on it, essentially. So that condition was not included in that particular demolition, and in fact staff went back and looked at it more holistically to come back with some recommended approach options for council to consider with respect to how these demolition items might be addressed going forward. A few scenarios were presented, one of which is sort of a status quo. You know, we'd look at these on a site-by-site basis. Another one was sort of do it more through a traditional or more proper comprehensive front-ended process, whereby we would look at developing some enabling policies in the official plan review to set out sort of council's expectations, if you will, of a more general nature, and then that could then give us the direction to go forward with developing more specific parameters for developing a waste management plan, and give us more direction to how to go about implementing and monitoring to make sure those activities actually happen. That was the recommendation accepted by council, and on we go with our OP review exercise. More recently, we had one come forward, and council chose to introduce this condition for that particular one. And I guess the challenge, as Mr. Brennan pointed out, is we don't have the enabling policy direction in there. So we're sort of on an ad hoc type basis with respect to implementing these sort of demolition waste management plans, and again, with the absence of any direction as to consistently evaluate these and give the developer or the applicant some guidance as to what they are to do, and give ourselves that direction as to how we were to review and implement these, it becomes very cumbersome and difficult, and could lend it to challenges if the matter is contested and we are asked to defend those sort of positions in front of LPAT. With respect to the energy conservation and potable water consumption reduction, those matters were introduced by council, of course, with the Orangeville Highlands. That obviously was perhaps a much more complex development. It involved a plan of subdivision, which gave us some opportunity to add that additional condition framework through the draft approval condition process. This is more down at the site development level. We don't have that draft approval condition process to impose that sort of condition. So there could be some challenges with implementing that. And I will speak anecdotally from the experience we've since had with the Orangeville Highlands application is, again, we ran into this issue of there being some challenges with respect to, well, what standard are we sort of going off of to achieve that reduction metric? How are we going to actually implement that? How is it going to be monitored and ensure that it actually does come to fruition? It has added a bit of time to the process, which could lend itself to a bit of contention, and could lend itself to some, I guess, view of challenging that if it is implemented. And again, that could be something that could be challenging to defend. So I want to share that for council's consideration in moving forward with this, and I'd be happy to answer any further questions if there are any.
Right. Okay. So we got a message there, council, that the legislation is the legislation, and we're trying to amend it now, and there could be a challenge there. So we have a motion on the floor here by Councillor Peters, seconded by Councillor Post. Any further questions of staff, councillors? Councillor Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Ward, I do appreciate the comments. I'm also trying to keep a level of consistency and understanding that the official plan is a little ways away from being developed, and we're going to see a number of these projects come through between now and then. The timing seemed appropriate because they're asking for an amendment from us to change the designation in the official plan. And I do think that the language in the official plan does allow for this, and we discussed this during the Highlands project in terms of encouraging low energy and sustainability type projects. I do agree that there isn't a specific metric in the official plan, and that's perhaps one of the weaknesses that we've been trying to rectify as we go through the process this time around. But for consistency as well, once we've implemented on a few projects, I think it's our duty to put those forward at any opportunity we can for other projects that are asking for, be it a rezoning or an official plan amendment. So I guess the question, and sorry, just to also touch on the waste management piece, there are a few standards that have come to light since we had that discussion, I guess early 2019, with respect to the waste management. So I think there are some pieces there that we could build into the process to make the developers a little more comfortable with the type of metrics we're looking for. But I guess the question before this all goes to the vote is, just could you be a little more specific on the official plan amendment that they're asking for, and why that would not be an opportunity for council to add what I believe are some stipulations that are in line with the official plan. Would this not be the opportunity to make those stipulations if it had already conformed with the official plan? For example, we are essentially powerless and let the development go through as planned. So if this opportunity wasn't the right one, was there another one that we missed perhaps, or is there a different one that will be coming forward that we will have an opportunity for, or is this just perhaps stretching the definition a bit in your mind?
Mr. Ward.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Peters. Fair points, fair comments. With respect to the process and the official plan amendment, it's a land use amendment. So we're dealing with the land use in principle, and its appropriateness, its compatibility, its adherence to the official plan policy intention, and so forth with respect to the land use. In terms of implementing this condition, the Planning Act doesn't necessarily give the direction to impose conditions as part of a land use change or land use approval. That's more in sort of the planning applications themselves, more at a site plan approval, a plan of subdivision. And that's where the Planning Act language essentially speaks to the ability for the town to, for instance, require entering into an agreement with a developer. To set out some expectations or obligations that the developer must fulfill. The site plan, it could be used as a tool to implement this. However, again, I have to perhaps caution that approach, because albeit there perhaps may be some broader policy objective-based intent to go off of to implement this, but when you lack further direction in the policy for this sort of specific measure and how that's going to be implemented and adhered to, you're setting yourself up for challenge. And I'll use an example of sort of the front end process with planning application submission. The Planning Act is very clear that when you ask for studies in support of that, you have to have the policy language to reference that information in your official plan. Your municipality can't just sort of start picking whimsically from submission documents for an applicant to submit. It's got to be based in your official plan policy. And that's why we have the complete application process to review whether or not a submission has provided all that information, and the sort of the framework or the basis to assess that against is the policy framework and the official plan. So this similar view is essentially should be taken with respect to the approval process and what obligations or expectations we would have in fulfilling that approval.
Okay, so with that being heard, Councillor Peters, you sticking to your guns here, or you wish to amend this at all?
I'm happy with the motion.
Okay. Councillor Post?
My only one question is there better wording that could be used that could get the developer on board with the initiatives that Councillor Peters is really trying to get across? And I think that's where we're at right now, is that the understanding is that these are sustainability moves that as a municipality we want to move towards. Is there language that can suggest this that will put us in a better spot, that will allow the developer to work with us on some of these initiatives?
Mr. Ward?
Perhaps to Mr. Ward.
Through your worship, the question is rather challenging in the sense of you don't want to be too vague, as it makes it very ambiguous and quite easy for the proponent to claim they are fulfilling that. But at the same time, you don't want to be overly cumbersome with the language and perhaps set yourself up for unintended consequences, perhaps setting a bar that's too lofty without that that background or front-ended review. And I guess this is essentially the issue we're grappling with here, is we haven't delved into the background of it, the guts of it, to understand, for instance, with the water conservation, what's the standard out there in terms of the code requirements, the town's current water demand rate. Again, coming back to the Orangeville Highlands example, what we've seen is the town has actually made quite significant progress in its conservation and efficiency for potable water consumption. And I think you may have heard that over time, references being given to that in response to the water metering applied. So that's something we've seen and lended itself to the challenge of, well, what's the standard we ought to use that's sort of an achievable mark to demonstrate that 20% reduction. With that said, you may want to avoid the numeric references in there. I'll leave that out for consideration. It gives us some flexibility to ask the proponent to demonstrate a reduction or a greater efficiencies, but maybe not necessarily at a 20% mark. And I'll leave that with you for consideration.
Okay. Councillor Peters, back to you.
Were you looking for further commentary? I didn't have anything specific. I think we, when we discussed these metrics previously, having seen hundreds of projects in my professional life, I think the 10% energy and 20% water are quite reasonable and very little impact and could actually help development in its marketing. For example, I really think we have such limited development remaining in this town that now is the time to kind of set the bar, and it's not unachievable. And I think sticking to it is a way to tell the town and the developers that want to develop here what we represent and how we'd like to see the town build out realized.
Okay, Deputy Mayor McIntosh, go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. I agree with Councillor Peters, and I would support that. I guess my question is, if they turn around and want to go to LPAC and things like that, can we revote this item and maybe rethink it? Mr. Ward.
Through your worship, if an appeal happens to be filed with respect to any decision of council, there's a process that would ensue whereby staff would be reporting back to council with respect to that appeal being filed and seeking further direction of council with respect to how the town would proceed with that matter in consultation, of course, with the town solicitor. So there may be opportunity for council to reconsider or revisit the matter, but again, that would go through a process, and that process involving the town solicitor, would cost time and money.
Okay. All right. Well, if we have a motion on the floor now, I think we've exhausted this discussion. It's time to vote.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, just if I may, just seek some clarification from Brandon on this with respect to the addition of the conditions. Are they tied to the residential demolition application process conditions, or are they tied to the actual zoning as it relates to the lifting of the holding when the time is appropriate?
Through your worship, my suggestion would be that the condition regarding the demolition be applied to the demolition permit application approval, and then any additional conditions with respect to water conservation and energy efficiency be incorporated with the holding symbol as Ms. Landry has pointed out.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So that's some clarity there. All right, so I guess it's time to vote. All in favor of Councillor Peters' motion? Opposed? I can't see you, Councillor Taylor. Are you in agreement?
I was in favor, Your Worship.
Okay, so that was a unanimous vote. Thank you. All right, moving on to 1112, Housekeeping Zoning Bylaw Amendment Recommendation Report, ISPL 2020. Recommendation that this report be received. and that the zoning bylaw amendment included as attachment number 2 to this report be enacted. May I have a motion? Councillor Post, seconded by Deputy Mayor McIntosh. Councillors have any questions on 11.12? All right. Oh, Councillor Peters, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself in the agenda, but I just wanted to bring back up the parking issues that I discussed last time. So specifically the 2 items. One was the inclusion of the visitor parking for new residential development. So as a reminder, it's been set to 0.25 spaces per unit, whereas the argument I made previously was that a lower minimum allows the developer more flexibility to fine-tune the development to the needs of its residents. So I'd rather see that as 0. And then on the hospital side, the recommendation was to clean that up to 1 space per 50 square meters of gross floor area, which again, I think sets the bar in such a way that more spaces may be provided than needed. And again, parking bylaws are always a minimum. So I've seen in other jurisdictions, for example, Ottawa is 1.6 per 100, so to equate that'd be 0.8 instead of the 1 per 50 square meters that we've proposed. Toronto is 0.8 per 100 as a maximum, so quite a significant reduction, although they have obviously better transit, that sort of thing. Kitchener was 1 per 70, so each of these jurisdictions had lower minimums, and again, I think that offers flexibility. So I know the report did speak to those items coming up in council. Just wondering if perhaps there's a bit more clarity from staff on how it was arrived to keep those numbers, and whether there's a specific rationale that the recommendation is built on.
Mr. Ward.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Councillor Peters. With respect to the parking issue or question for the hospital, we did look at, first of all, the intention of the housekeeping was sort of to look at these idiosyncrasies that are sort of in need of a pretty straightforward housekeeping correction or clarification. What triggered the hospital parking provision was because it's based on the number of patient beds, which seems rather outdated in the context of the hospital's configuration and how it, treats patients, et cetera, and the services it offers. So we felt that the floor area based ratio is more appropriate, and in doing so, we did look at other municipalities. I believe that information was articulated in more detail in the report that went forward with respect to the public meeting that gave those comparables and that analysis. And what we had found actually is, with respect to our Headwaters Hospital, is we looked at the approved site plan and the parking offered on site as it is. By moving to this proposed provision of 1 space per 50 square meters, it still results in a required parking number that's well below what they're actually providing. So should the hospital wish to expand in the future, they wouldn't be encumbered by this provision. And it seems to be more reasonably or realistically in alignment with what's actually offered on site, knowing that the hospital probably is well aware of its parking demand activity and what it needs to accommodate. Therefore, we felt all in all that this provision seemed appropriate. With respect to the visitor parking and the comments from last council, admittedly, it seemed as though the comments were made with respect, or my understanding was it was made with respect to broader parking provision, namely with respect to the commercial areas in the town, which seem to have a parking oversupply. It seems as though the challenges we're facing with these developments, the residential developments in particular, is the constraints around parking. So we wanted to introduce a provision that accommodates or requires specific shared visitor parking be allocated within these particularly condominiumized developments. And again, when we looked at that as part of the background report at the public meeting, we canvassed surrounding municipalities and felt that this provision is also applied in those municipalities, albeit there may be some variability in the specific number. What we felt was being proposed with the 0.25 spaces is consistent with all of that collectively. I'm not certain if I've answered all your questions, or if there's anything I might be missing there.
Follow-up, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
So thank you, Mr. Ward. With respect to the hospital If and when it expands, would that 1 per 50 then apply to the total building, or would they be expected to provide additional parking based on the area of expansion?
Mr. Warden.
Through you, Your Worship, what we would do as part of any building expansion is we would look at what is the additional floor area of that expansion, what's the parking that's generated in it with respect to that addition relative to what the current building would require, and then compare that against what is provided on site. So if the current building requires a rate that is much less than what's physically provided, then that expansion, presumably the additional parking required from that expansion, would be accommodated by that surplus the site has without needing them to physically expand their site to provide for more parking space.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So we, where are we here? I'm getting tired. Did we have a motion on this particular item, or
Yes.
we did? Okay. And was Councillor Peters' amendment considered in that motion? Or
Not yet.
There's no amendment proposed. No.
there is no? Okay.
Just requesting clarification on the parking counts.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, let's have a vote. All in favor? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm
Yes.
opposed.
Go ahead, Councillor Peters.
You didn't ask for opposed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Opposed. I thought you had your hand up. Okay. We have one opposed. Councillor Peters, sorry. My apologies.
No problem.
All right. 11.13, this is 40 Margaret Street, demolition of an accessory structure on a listed non-designated heritage property. And that the report of this item, demolition of accessory structure on a non-listed, be received, and that council not oppose the demolition of the accessory shed structure on the property. May I have a motion on this item? Deputy Mayor McIntosh, seconded by Councillor Sherwood. Any further comments from councillors? All in favor? That passes. Okay, now we're on to 11.14. This is an addition to our agenda tonight. This is a discussion on the summer concert series event. A report was provided to council earlier today, and I wonder if we could start this conversation off. I guess I'll just give a little background. You know, we've all been through this difficult COVID time, and although we're not able to do a lot of gatherings, one of the things that the province approved a month or more ago was drive-in event style entertainment, which includes movies and musical concerts. So with that being said, there has been some back and forth discussion with performers, with production staff, and of course, Mr. Nairn from Theatre Orangeville has been helping in this as well. So it's sort of culminated in a report that was delivered today to council, talking about the pros and cons of this. The idea is to have a concert series from roughly August 20th to the 29th, 8 events, a cost in the range of $20 to $25 per car, with some money to backstop this out of community grant money that could be used to pay for the production costs. And to this point, a $20,000 support has been given in sponsorship, with hopefully more to come. So with all that being said, can we open this up for discussion? Councillors, would anybody like to weigh in on this? Councillor Sherwood.
So the recommendation, Your Worship, from this, through you to the CAO, is that the town will actually sell the tickets, then not
That's
Theater?
right. Perfect through Perfect Minds, which is what they did for the Frozen 2 movie. Apparently, it went quite smoothly, and also through Theater Orangeville, they've got expense to run that, and there was going to be a ticket fee if the tickets were run through Theater Orangeville.
So that was going to be my follow-up question. Then we're just at the clear $25. It wouldn't be $27.50.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Is this okay? Thank you.
Yes. Councillor Peters. You're muted, sir.
I get it like 4 times out of 5. Anyway,
Back.
thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brennan. Wondering if you could expand on the setup, the policies, and the insurance. If we were to open this to non-vehicular participation, would we still be able to maintain distances and insurance if people are allowed to occupy that parking spot without a vehicle?
Through your worship, and on this report, Mr. Osmond may have to pipe in, or Ms. McKinney if needed. The report did come from my office, but Mr. Osmond was away on vacation as we worked on it and throughout today. So, but again, most dealings would be in his department. If we were to do it without the vehicles, the one thing we have to remember right now, I think the max that we can get in there is 100 vehicles. So we have to recognize that. And if we did it without vehicles, of course, any outdoor gatherings is a maximum of 100 people. So that would be a different setup. We would have to try to keep, I guess put the social distancing criteria and all of that in place. But would it be doable? Potentially, we would have to find a venue. The setup probably would be different. And of course, I think it's a little harder to control 100 people around that's walking around potentially than sitting in a vehicle. But it's something if council would want us to look at, we could, if we have the time to look at it.
Yeah. I wonder if we could ask Mr. Osmond to comment on the Frozen 2, and that was strictly in car, Mr. Osmond?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, that was strictly in vehicles. There was no people sitting around or standing in the area. It's just strictly vehicles. And again, with vehicles, of course, your capacity goes up because you're going to have 5 people, 6 people in the vehicle. So your numbers go up. You pay by the vehicle, not by the person in the vehicle. So if a person comes in, 1 in the vehicle, you pay for the vehicle. But if you have 5 people in the vehicle and you pay for that vehicle, that's 5 people go to the concert. It's very difficult. Mr. Brennan is correct. On the current site, in the Rotary site, we're right now looking at 100 vehicles on that parking lot. We would not be able to accommodate people in the area. That would change the game plan completely. Under the health protocols right now, the vehicles work. If we do 100 people, it'd be very difficult to social distance. And again, we're going to be outdoors, so it's going to be much more difficult in terms of running an event for 8 days. And with weather and everything else, it would just change our game plan completely.
Okay.
If I may.
Yep. Councilor Peters.
Sorry, thank you. And I certainly don't mean to throw a wrench in the plans, and I certainly don't mean to nitpick. It just seems a little odd that we're going to exclude anyone that would choose not to get there by car, and that a vehicle is, I suppose, considered an indoor space. And you could have 4 people in a truck, but you can't have 4 people in chairs occupying the same amount of space. So again, I understand there's time is limited, and I fully support the idea. I just wonder if there was some way, even if 1 row of spots with a max of say 4 people, if you would essentially buy a spot instead of a chair, and then if even 20 or 30 patrons would be allowed to come without a vehicle, just logistically and even just for the enjoyment of the show.
Yeah. Ms. McKinney, has town staff talked to public health about this particular series of events?
Mr. Mayor, Your Worship, through you, I did reach out to public health after the last special council meeting in the context of a concert that is drive-through, because they have a separate protocol, drive-in, they have a separate protocol for that. And so that's where they outline the steps that would need to be taken for screening, physical distancing, and things of those nature in that context. I didn't ask them about the possibility of having people, but one of the things that has been pointed out previously is people are expected to remain in their cars, right? That's been a problem that has come up, I think, in other places when people start getting out. And one of the other things that our insurance company raised is that any consumption of alcohol changes the game from an insurance perspective. So if there's increased risk there, I know that Mr. Osmond has talked about the OPS potentially having a presence at the event to ensure that that doesn't happen. But I think when you have walk-up traffic, maybe there will be an insurance implication. And at this point, I just want to flag that getting information from insurance companies is hard because they're behind the curve with the issuing of information given the pandemic.
Right. Okay.
Certainly happy to reach out again, though, if that's the wish of council.
Okay. Well, I wonder. I like what Councillor Peter's saying. It'd be nice to be able to ride your bike down and stay in that confined parking spot. So I certainly support that. So perhaps, depending on how this vote goes tonight, Ms. McKinney, maybe you can reach out, and before we start selling tickets, we can get an answer back on whether that would be permissible, permittable or not. Councillor Taylor, go right ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just checking to see if I was off mute, and I am. I guess my question is through you to Mr. Brennan or Mr. Osmond. When would tickets go on sale? So if we give the go-ahead tonight, when do we start to link in with the public and advertise it and sell?
Your Worship, what we would do once we get the green light tonight on the event is we would confirm all the artists and the entertainers. There's a few issues around that because we still have some insurance issues with those guys. Once all that's confirmed, we would start the process of ticket sales sometime later this week. If we can get things all lined up, and we would give we still, of course, through social media say we're preparing the event, tickets will go on sale at a certain date, and we'll do it, of course, it can be done online using our Perfect Mind system. If it's anything like the movie night, we sold out in less than 24 hours because you're selling 24 hours, so it's people can jump on when they want, buy their tickets, and we can do it quite quickly. Well, we only have 2 weeks left, so it's going to be a difficult thing as it is. So the quicker we get tickets out, the better. But we have to confirm a few things first.
Your Worship, if I may.
Go ahead, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah. So through you, Your Worship, I think Mr. Nairn is still on the line. I'm wondering through you to Mr. Nairn, how does he feel about that based on his experience and the acts, and are we going to be in a position where we're selling efficiently and in good shape from a financial standpoint?
Mr. Nairn.
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Taylor, I've spent a lifetime worrying about ticket sales. That's sort of what I do. The timelines, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. The timelines are extremely tight. There's no question around that. As soon as possible to be able to start selling tickets in order to make this work is essential.
Okay.
I do have a question.
Yeah, we've got Councillor Andrews and I think Councillor or Deputy Mayor McIntosh as well. So Councillor Andrews and then Deputy Mayor McIntosh. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And just to follow up on Ms. McKinney's comment and dialogue with the Public Health Department, if I'm correct in what I heard, you had indicated that the expectation would be for individuals to be sitting in their vehicle. And at the same time, I appreciate Councillor Peters' idea of having some additional walk-on or drive or bike-in patrons. But this is pertaining to Community Living Dufferin's concession stand. I know that, again, with the frozen activity that happened at Alder, maybe a little bit different because of the number of vehicles, if I'm correct in saying so. But you know, with the expectation that people are going to be in their vehicles, you know, you're talking potentially, based on the numbers that we're speculating, it could be 500 people there at one given time. If you've got 100 vehicles, 4 or 5 people per vehicle, then all of a sudden, you know, how are we going to, you know, police or regulate people moving back and forth, you know, having to, you know, wear their PPEs and then going to the beverage concessions food stand? How is that conceptualized, and how are we going to monitor that or police it?
Maybe Mr. Osmond can answer that, because that was what was happening at Frozen, right? Their CLP was
That's
there.
correct.
Yeah.
That's correct, and Ms. McKinney could certainly, but the protocols are quite straightforward. You can exit your vehicle to go to the washroom, or you can exit your vehicle to go to the vendor. When you go to either one of those particular locations, and you would be social distance, you would wear, we could have masks in place. You would be able to, and again, the vendor would have lineups created, so they got to be 6 feet apart. We mark all these lineups that are all 6 feet apart. So all the protocols will fall in place once they step outside the vehicle. And we again will have people on site, so there'll be attendants on site to watch people coming in the cars and making sure that they're following the necessary protocols. So all that will be in place.
Thank you.
And if I could, Your Worship,
Yes.
we're also having, of course, there's sanitization in place, a place to clean your hands and that kind of thing. So the washrooms we're going to use are the ones that are permanent washrooms at the tennis buildings. So you got male and female washrooms, they can go in, they can wash their hands and so on and so forth. And they can also use sanitizing units that'll be on site as well.
Right. So next would be, did that answer your question, Councillor Andrews?
Yeah. Yes.
Deputy Mayor McIntosh, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Worship. I'd be prepared to make a motion that we go ahead with this.
Okay, very good. Anybody wish to second that motion? Councillor Andrews. I just wanted to make a comment. You know, I know there's concern about the tight timeline. Mr. Nairn's done a nice job of capturing most of the costs, the production costs, the performer costs, his staff, and then on top of that, we've got Mr. Brennan's report, which does talk to additional costs of, it looks to me like, you know, $3,000 in electrical costs and another maybe $5,000 in town staff cost. So we're probably in the, you know, $45,000 to $50,000 range total here. My suggestion was 25,000 be put up by the town. I do have one commitment of $20,000 from a sponsor right now, and I'm quite certain that with some effort on the next couple of days, that some additional sponsor money could come in. So, you know, even, you know, if the ticket sales are not strong, you know, the cost here, you know, with zero sales would be in the $25,000 to $30,000 range, and I'm quite certain that we're going to have an uptake of tickets. A lot of these performers are well known in town. You know, Mr. Nairn's wife Lisa Way is an accomplished performer. Everybody loves the Campfire Poets, and some of these comics are well known as well. So, you know, I'm for fun. I'm for let's try and spin COVID into something that we can have some interesting evenings over the next 2-3 weeks. So anyway, I would like to move forward with this. So we have a motion. Mr. Brennan, go ahead.
Your Worship, through you, just to clarify from the town's numbers, what we've looked at, we're looking at approximately $54,000 to $55,000 in expenses from what we see looking at. Again, if you look at the $25,000 from the town, the $20,000 in kind, and then if we sold out every performance, we're looking at probably a $62,000, $63,000 of revenue. But if we don't get the numbers, I just want council to realize that if we're short, then town has to pay the extra money above and beyond the $25,000, counting on the $20,000 donation, in-kind donation.
Right.
That's the ballpark we're in.
Right. Okay.
Your worship.
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Taylor.
I just want to lay out my thoughts here for everybody as we go through this. Honestly, I have all the respect in the world for you, Sandy, and the work that you've done on this. And you have someone very capable running shotgun with you on this, and Mr. Nairn. And so two people I respect trying to do something. I'll vote in favor of the event. I don't feel good about it. I don't think it's a great idea in terms of where we are with COVID and what we've all tried to strive to. I personally won't be going, and I wish everybody well with it. I don't think it's a good idea. However, I will be voting to go forward with your idea. I think you've worked very hard at it. I think we have a lot of work that's been done and people are banded to be successful. I have concerns about it from a health standpoint, and I don't feel great about it.
Right. On that note, Mr. Osmond, could you just elaborate again on the Frozen 2 event? And coming out of that, I think I talked to a couple people the next day, and all I got was positive spin. Now, what was your thoughts about it with a couple weeks of hindsight, Mr. Osmond?
Our first impression of the event was it was a fantastic event. We had very positive feedback, and we would be prepared to do it again sometime soon. We had the public. We sold tickets in less than 24 hours for what space we did have, and we think we would do it again based on the vehicles. The people on the site were very respectful of getting in and out of the vehicles and going from place to place, going to the washrooms, going to the vendors. And we had no issues. There's been no reported issues. The way that the public were dealt with coming into the site were very, very tight screening in terms of their license plate number of people in the vehicle. We had the name of people that actually registered for the tickets, so everything was well programmed that way. That's one of the beauties of the Perfect Mind system, is that we not only get the names, we get registration, who's going to be in the vehicle, and the license plate number, so everything coincides. So it worked really well, and we would do it again. This particular event is a concert. It is a little different. It's not a movie night. But in terms of the logistics around the vehicles coming to site, I think we have a good handle on that. And I don't have any real concerns about the actual event itself. The concerns that some people might have, and I do have the same concerns, of course. We're into a pandemic, and we have health issues and protocols, and we follow those. As long as we follow our protocols and put things in place to be very, very strict with that, then we should have no issues. So I don't think we have a problem with that part. I think that once you try to expand beyond a site that's a certain size, it becomes a bit more problematic. And we chose the Rotary site because it gives us more space to work within. So that's the idea of going down a Rotary. We'll have some work on the site, but I don't think there's be a big concern in terms of people shouldn't be concerned going to the site in a vehicle, because there's lots of communities doing that now, and I guess there's a resurgence with the movie nights and the vehicle events, and it's been quite safe.
Yeah. I want to ask Deputy Mayor McIntosh. You mentioned the other day that where you have spent some time this summer, they're running these events, and have you watched and walked up to see what's going on from your site?
I have seen it. It's very professionally run. Everybody stays in the car, and like I say, they've had no problems. They've been doing it for probably over a month now, and without any problems at all.
Right. Okay, I've got Councillor Post and then Councillor Peters wishes to weigh in. Councillor Post, go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I share some of the same apprehensions that Councillor Taylor does, and I do have a question about the math of the money, because I think that we're getting two different numbers. So perhaps Mr. Brennan can clarify, because I think when we had our special meeting of council last week, we were kind of up around the $40,000 range, and now we're up at $55,000. And can you just break down what the costs of this event are one more time for me? Because I think something got lost in translation, or perhaps I missed something.
Your Worship, through you, we were just looking at some of ballpark numbers that we're in. The electrical upgrades is about $3,000, $28.95, and I guess some tax. So that's about $3,000. There's
166 hours of staff time.
Staff time is about 1,600. Recreation staff, another 600. If you look at what we're throwing in, just for the last Friday and today, working on this is a lot of admin time, and so these are costs that we're not going to recover. But if we're going to allocate costs of true costs of what we're doing, then you would account for it. We did inquire about paid duty officers because, again, we're fearful of if people are coming to drive-in concerts and if they're drinking alcohol or anything in their vehicles. So we will talk to our police department about that. I'm hoping that they'll drive by and do some stuff to help us out. Just some quick maintenance on the gravel, the signage that we're going to have to purchase and put in. I see here's about a couple thousand. Community Living Dufferin and Theatre Orangeville, there's a cost to their staff time, so that's got to be accounted for. The artist fees is about 15,000. We're looking at stage management, another 1,800. SOCAN fees, craft fees. So all of that, we're bringing it up to probably about 54,000. Is what the rough estimates that we're doing. And again, we're trying to put some of these numbers together this afternoon today just to say, okay, these are true costs. But again, like as the mayor has said, if we sell even half the tickets, you know, you're probably going to get $10,000 plus a $20,000 donation. That's 30 and 25. You're up to about 55 right away. So I think our case of breaking even at least, or having a minor deficit is we're probably protected here with that. But as Mr. Osmond alluded to, we've got to get the artists on board first. They got to have insurance. If not, we cannot accept them. So, you know, does this go from a 7-night to a 6-night or a 5-night if we can't get a couple artists and stuff like that? Is things that we'll have to flesh out as we look at these timelines of getting this all organized.
Thank you very much for that clarification. That was going to be my next point, was going to be asking if there is a contingency plan if some of the artists are unable to secure insurance in time. Will we look at doing it over one weekend instead of over two and cutting those costs that way? Is that going to be the next thing that we look at? So I appreciate that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, I think there's been maybe 4 artists that have confirmed that they have insurance. So, and those 4 artists would be, you know, Campfire Poets, who were up for 2 nights. Lisa Way was up for 2 nights. And Ty Bainton, who's the country, he's up for 1 night. So we've got insurance for 5 of the 8 nights at this point. The comics, I don't know if there's a way for them to indemnify us or. But we're working on that. But you know, I would say that at least we've got 5 nights that we could confirm, knowing that we have insurance coverage, and the other smaller acts, we're still working on them. But realistically, today's Monday. We really need to start selling tickets by Wednesday, I think, at the latest, and all of these issues have to be resolved tomorrow, or those nights have to be canceled, right? I mean, I don't think we've got, but you know, if we could put on five nice shows, and let's face it, Campfire Poets and Lisa Way, and I've personally seen this country's fellow Ty Bainton. He puts on a great show, so I think that would be a positive thing, and I'm quite certain that we'll get a good uptake on tickets from all of those performers. So. I guess it's Councillor Peters, you had your hand up earlier, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just quickly, I wondered if it was worth reaching out to the service clubs, if there was any volunteer activities that they could do that wouldn't interrupt the insurance and would reduce the burden on staff time.
Perhaps, but we've got to make this decision based on the worst case scenario, I think, right now, which is using town staff, and if there's a way that we can mitigate those expenses in some fashion, we can. So I'd be happy to make some of those calls, and I will do that tomorrow. So thank you for that thought. Any other comments from staff or council before we call a vote on this?
Your Worship, yes.
Oh yes, I can't see you, Councillor Sherwood. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Your Worship, I was just wondering, how would we deal with people that I know we're going to get backlash from people that say they don't have cars and they want to come and watch these people. What measures are we taking that will stop people from, you know, walking and stopping and gathering and bringing lawn chairs out in the park area and outside of the parking lot area to watch and take in the show? How's that being dealt with?
I don't know. Did you see that at the Mr. Osmond? Did you see that at Frozen? Did people come and hang around and watch?
Your Worship, we didn't see that at Frozen, no. But you know, it's a good thing to consider. I mean, it could happen in a concert kind of venue, so that's one of the things we want to take a look at from a security perspective. Is that we secure the site. The site is a little difficult, of course, on the street side. But again, if we talk to our police and have them go back and forth and monitor things, and we'll have to take our advisement and see what happens after our first night. If we have a problem with it, we're going to have to consider how we're going to mitigate it going forward. Because right now, in terms of the Rotary Park, as you know, there's a big berm on one side. So it could be very easy for us to control one side. The road side will be difficult. People will walk by, they're going to hear music. A lot of the music will be going through the FM radio dial, and some will be speakers, so it's going to be a little different. Not sure how we're going to control everybody walking up and down the street.
Yeah,
I can just see people grabbing their lawn chairs and lining up around the park.
Yeah. Well, but you're not allowed to physically, you know, you have to maintain your physical distance outside, and you know, if we have either OPS or bylaw enforcement around, then we'll be able to maybe correct that, but let's hope they don't. The idea here is to have FM transmitting into the car. I think concert performers will require some sort of audio signal on stage, so there will be some noise, you know, not noise, music coming from the stage. So, but you know, it is what it is. This is being done all over North America right now. We're not inventing the wheel here. This is being done, and it's being done successfully. And there may be a few hiccups, but you know, what's Wayne Gretzky say? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So I'd like us to take a shot at this and see if we can make a success of it. So. Okay, we're at a point here to call a vote on whether we move ahead with this program. Clearly, there are still a few things to nail down, and I think we got to nail them down tomorrow in order to put tickets on sale on Wednesday, and that'll be it. It'll either be you know, 5 shows or potentially 7 or 8 shows, but the insurance, the town is not in a position to waive insurance requirements, and we need to nail that down 100%. So, okay, let's call a vote on going ahead with this. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
It looks like it's unanimous. So thank you, folks. And more to come for those who are watching. We'll be putting this out in the next couple of days, and there'll be tickets available sometime Wednesday or Thursday at the latest. All right, moving on to correspondence. We've got a couple of items of correspondence. May I have a motion to receive the correspondence, please? Councillor Post, seconded by Deputy Mayor McIntosh. This was the Ontario Barn Preservation Report and a report from the town of Mono. All in favor of receiving this correspondence? Thank you. We also have some committee and board minutes to be received. 13.1 Committee of Adjustment minutes, 13.2 Heritage Orangeville minutes, and 13.3 Orangeville Public Library. May I have a motion to receive these minutes, please? Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Sherwood. All in favor? Okay, moving on to our notices of motion prior to meeting. I'm sorry? Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question too. I have a question.
Councillor Andrews and Councillor Sherwood. I'm sorry. Go right ahead. Councillor Andrews.
Right. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Yeah.
I know it's late, very long council meeting tonight. This is pertaining to the Committee of Adjustments, and I noticed in some of the comments that were made near the very end of that particular grouping of minutes. This would be on page 222 of our agenda package. Mr. Bertrand had inquired about the Orangeville Police Services OPS building, and if it could increase in size once the OPP transitions into it. And then there was a further comment that was made by the same individual to Mr. Ward on the ownership of the facility. So just for clarification, I'm wondering if Mr. Ward might be able to provide any update, because again, this meeting was held, if I'm not mistaken, in May, and I'm wondering if there is some clarification that might be available.
Mr. Ward.
Certainly, through your worship to Councillor Andrews, that committee of adjustment meeting was with respect to consent application, and I believe a minor variance application filed as well with respect to a proposed consent from the Orangeville Hydro property to support a proposed telecommunications infrastructure building to be located at the very corner. So as part of the consideration of that matter, there was some questions raised with respect to, I guess, whether or not, knowing that this transition was afoot, would this severance potentially impact a potential expansion or reconfiguration viability on the remnant piece. A representative from Orangeville Hydro was in attendance, as you'll note in the meetings, who was able to answer some of those questions more specifically, and the committee moved on with their consideration of the application accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
If I'm not mistaken, that property has been severed. The two buildings are actually separate parcels now. Orangeville Hydro and the OPS building are, in fact, separate. Although they're joined, they are severed, much like a semi-detached building would be. And that parcel that was severed off of Orangeville Hydro was specifically for Whiteman to add an infrastructure building that they needed. A small parcel was severed off at the Richardson Road entrance to the Hydro property. So, Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship. I wanted to, regarding the Orangeville Public Library minutes, 13.3, it's page 232 of our agenda, and the municipal update, it states in the minutes that Councillor Peter had confirmed the COVID mitigation to delay due dates for property taxes. I'm wondering, please, if we could have that corrected. We did not delay the due dates for property taxes at all. We stayed with the same due dates for property taxes. We actually provided penalty and interest relief.
Right.
Okay. So if we could just have a correction to those minutes, that's all I'm asking.
Okay, I think we can do that. So maybe we need to revisit that motion then. We need, with the amendment that Councillor Sherwood has just added. So, Madam Clerk, do we need to back up here?
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that we bring to the attention of the board the need to note the correction to the minutes so that they can note the minutes are as amended within their own minute framework, if I could put it that way.
Okay.
So we can certainly add on to this motion that we're requesting the board to amend the minutes of that date to reflect what Councillor Sherwood has pointed out.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. So moving on, we have notices of motion prior to meeting. And the first one is from Deputy Mayor McIntosh, and this is regarding a recognition program that he is recommending. Deputy Mayor McIntosh, you want to speak to this?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I think we need to call a vote on that last motion first.
Oh, okay. I thought we voted and then.
I didn't hear it. But...
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's vote. I believe the motion was passed or was made and seconded. So all in favor of receiving those minutes?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has brought unprecedented challenges, and whereas Council wishes to recognize and pay tribute to deserving residents, businesses, and organizations for their outstanding efforts in the Orangeville community during this difficult time. Now, therefore, Council requests staff to report back in September on the establishment of a program that recognizes residents, businesses, and organizations for their efforts and the positive impact they have had on the community during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay,
That's my motion.
very good. Thank you. We'll look forward to having that report. 14, Councillor Peters, go ahead, sir.
Sorry, just a question through you to the Deputy Mayor. Do you see this as sort of an application process like the Sustainability Awards, or would this be sort of done as a council exercise, or are you leaving that to staff?
I'm leaving that up to staff.
Okay.
I'm happy either way.
Okay, good. Okay, 14.2, Councillor Peters on bike lanes. Did you want to give a brief recap on this, sir?
Pass that first one.
I'm sorry?
Are we going to pass Deputy Mayor's motion?
Yes, we can do that. Okay, so Deputy Mayor, you've made the motion. Who's seconding it? Councillor Andrews, all in favor? Thank you. Sorry about that. Getting late here, folks. 14.2, Councillor Peters on the bike.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I brought this up last meeting. I will save the lengthy reading based on the time we have, but basically adding the provision of full bike lanes on the length of Centennial, which is up for redesign and reconstruction in the next couple of years, which lines up with the Cycling and Trails Master Plan.
Right. Good idea. Somebody like to second that? Councillor Post, all in favor? Yes. Councillor Taylor?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I'm sorry. When you don't talk for a bit, other people replace you on my screen. I don't know if that happens with you guys, but
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm
thank
sorry,
you,
sorry, Your Worship. I'm a quiet guy.
Yeah. All right. I thought you were watching the news or something there. Anyway, thank you, Councillor Taylor. All right, moving on to 14.3. Again, Councillor Peters, and he's requested a steering committee. Yeah, we need to talk about this one. Councillor Peters, do you want to recap this a little bit?
Yeah, thanks. I realize this one's even longer, but I have gone through this process with Mr. Ward and the planning department in terms of its composition and mandate. And so this is sort of the structure we came up with in terms of improving the public engagement on the official plan process and making sure we have some local expertise and experience around the table in terms of helping to direct the planning exercises that come to us in the future.
Right. Okay. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship. Did we not already have a previous steering committee? And I just wonder, I'm trying to understand why we would need it again if we've already had a steering committee. Like a few years ago, we already had a steering committee. So what is the need to have another steering committee?
When you said a few years ago, what do you mean by that, Councillor Sherwood? Was it?
I can.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor. So you're right, Councillor Sherwood. In 2015, we did have a steering committee that guided a portion of the official plan update, but of course that exercise was not completed. And so between the changes in provincial policy and the fact that the town has now seen many more development applications in the last 5 years, combined with some changes in the construction industry and planning sort of principles, I thought it was wise to bring some people back to the table to discuss what is one of the most important documents in the town. That original exercise was never completed, and so rather than rely on those comments from 5 years ago, I thought it prudent to engage people with this exercise.
So I assume that when the last term of council ended, so did that steering committee. So you're now asking for us to have a new steering committee. Can I ask Mr. Ward, by getting this up and running, is this going to delay the official plan, or is this something that staff would be supportive of?
Mr. Ward.
Through your worship, we've certainly had some conversation with Councillor Peters about his intentions for the steering committee. As you'll see in the motion, the contents of it, it's sort of laid out to really hit the ground running, so to speak, in more the second phase. It's going to deal with some of those more, I guess, contentious or potentially contentious or hot button issues of growth management, land use permissions, allocations, things like that. The steering committee that was, sort of put in place back in 2015 as part of the review underway at that time, it had a broad composition. We did get a lot of feedback or input into the review through that committee. Many of the comments we still have in our files and are intending to move forward with that. However, as Councillor Peters has pointed out, the steering committee role at that time was really sort of centralized around the land need study that was underway at that time, and that was a lot of the review at that point. So, Councillor Peters, I won't attempt to speak further for him and with respect to this, but I gather it's an intention to reignite this and get some more broader consultation. And this would be part of the consultation exercise for the second phase of the official plan review exercise.
Right. Councillor Peters, these are complex issues that require some knowledge of these, who are you suggesting be a member of this committee? Is this a committee of council, or is this, I mean, you can't just pick Joe Blow off the street and expect them to be able to deal with this type of issue, right?
Yeah, understood. Yeah. And that's the conversation that Mr. Ward and I have begun. So in terms of which sort of committees or bodies are represented, that may not otherwise be represented in those areas. So this is not a comprehensive list, but if I think of some bodies like CBC or Headwaters Stream Council, some of the environmental side, on the planning side, getting some of the business community or home builders association, those types involved. Again, we haven't really flushed out the list, but certainly if Heritage Orangeville or Sustainable Orangeville were to have membership in there, there'd be some valuable feedback as well. So I think we do have to have a fairly narrow list of what representation we're looking for and sort of the expertise that come with those positions, because you're right, this is not someone who doesn't understand the document and its purpose and the principles behind it wouldn't add value to the process. But the previous steering committee got partly through the process and was really heavily based on the land needs study and the density piece and the exercises that Mr. Ward alluded to. And I think given people's want for a higher degree of public engagement, I mean, this document will guide the development for the next 5 or 10 years in a sense. And so I think having the right people around the table to discuss it is critical. And to Councillor Sherwood's point, the intent would not be to delay any of the proceedings, but rather add a parallel track of commentary.
Right. Something I've also learned is that the size of the committee is inversely proportional to the output. So I think when you said narrow, I think you want to keep a tight, knowledgeable group on this, because it's complex in legislation that we know we need to tweak. We need to tweak this, and we support what you're suggesting here. So
I think one of the main principles that I could just expand briefly. There's a lot of different components in the official plan, and certain people will have an area of expertise or interest in certain sections. And once we assemble the committee, we can almost chop it up, and certain folks will be looking at certain sections, and we won't burden a large committee with a large document, because that'll get us nowhere.
Right. Excellent. Okay. Any further comments from councillors on this particular motion? All right, so we have a motion from Councillor Peters. I'm sorry, did somebody second it?
Not yet.
Will somebody second it? Please. Councillor Taylor has seconded it. Any further comments? Okay, I'll call the vote on this. All in favor? Yes. Councillors, we have a curfew in 5 minutes, and I think we need to pass a motion to extend our meeting. I'm going to guess for about 15 minutes here to wrap this up. Can we have a motion to extend the meeting? Councillor Peters, seconded by Councillor Andrews. All in favor? Thank you. All right. Next item, 14.4, Councillor Post on broadband as an essential service. Do you wish to speak to this, Councillor?
Just very quickly, I won't read off the entire motion, but this was initiated basically because our neighbors in Caledon started a petition requesting that the provincial and federal government request a declaration of broadband being an essential service. So this motion essentially is just to support our neighbors in their plea to make this an essential service. I think through this pandemic, we've recognized even more so than ever before the need for access to reliable, affordable broadband internet. So that's what the intent of this is. We've got neighbors all around us in our rural communities who are either unserved or underserved. So that's the intent behind the motion.
Yeah, and anybody who wasn't supportive of this type of thought prior to the pandemic surely is now, because work from home and education is going to be, delivered in this by this type of infrastructure in going forward. So, okay, so Councillor Post has made this motion. Somebody like to second it? Councillor Taylor is seconding it. All in favor? Thank you. All right, moving on to question period. Is there anybody in the ether there that wishes to ask a question?
Gone to bed.
Irv Weinstein saying, "Do you know where your children are?" That's right now.
You missed new business, Your Worship, or?
I'm sorry, I skipped over that. I will throw it into reverse, Councillor Taylor. Let's go back to new business. I'm sorry. Do any councillors have any new business they wish to discuss? No. Okay. On the question period, again, I asked if there's anybody there that would like to speak. I heard nothing. Okay, moving on to passing bylaws. Now, Madam Clerk, you wish to speak to 18.2. Would you like to fill us in, please?
Yes, just based on the amendment that was put on the floor earlier this evening by Councillor Peters with respect to the amendment on this particular zoning bylaw, that has resulted in a change in the wording of the bylaw, particularly under the section of the holding symbol. So I'll just, so that everyone is aware, there is a change from what's printed in the agenda, and the holding symbol section now reads, the holding symbol H shall only be removed from all or a portion of the lands when the town is satisfied that 1, there is sufficient water supply and sewage treatment capacity to service the development or portion thereof as the case may be. 2, a satisfactory water conservation plan has been submitted, which demonstrates that the development will achieve a minimum 20% reduction in potable water use. And 3, a satisfactory energy efficiency assessment has been submitted, which demonstrates that the development will achieve a minimum 10% energy savings in exceedance of applicable building code requirements for new dwelling construction.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to lump 18.1 to 18.4 together, and that these bylaws listed below shall be read 3 times and finally passed. May I have a motion to approve the passing of these bylaws? Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Sherwood. All in favor? Thank you. And a motion to adjourn, please. Deputy Mayor McIntosh, seconded by Councillor Post. All in favor? Thank you, everyone. Oh, we did get in.